Does anyone else like leaving their fate up to the roll of the dice? Because I've committed to all random today in this round of 16 Navigators tournament. So we will see how that goes. How we doing? How's everyone feeling? How's it looking out there? Just double check some settings, make sure we've got everything turned on and looking good. Because I've committed. There we go, there we go. All right, we got pods up. We gotta get some folks into a game here. Yep, so everyone else has picked their factions, and I have picked random as my faction. So we will see what we get. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Just making my pod, getting some people invited, all that good stuff, and then we will get into a game right away here. Got a code for some boys. Messaging folks to make sure we get all the people into the game, and we should be ready to go very shortly. Very shortly. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the live stream. Been a little while since I played a tournament game. I've been otherwise indisposed. The Navigators normally run their tournaments on Sundays, and sometimes those are tricky for me to get worked into the schedule. I'm a busy man. Yeah, but today we've got some time set aside. We've got ourselves a tournament to work with here. We're gonna have a good time with it. So we've got Starka, Major, and Springkorper. Good day, everyone. Good day. Looks like Starka's on the Harkonnens, Springkorper on the Smugglers, and Major on Corino. Whew, let's double check. We are on a slow events timer, mediums and normals and very fast. Looks good to me. The haggard randomness, indeed. Indeed, we will just see what we get. Maybe, really the only thing I don't want is Corino without Urulon, so as long as someone else is playing Corino, I'm fine. We'll make whatever else we get work. All right, good luck, have fun. We're going. We're just jumping right into it, straight to the action today. Right on time, that's right. Pillaging and robbing, yep, it's part of every day on Saturdays. Preaches to the congregation on Sunday. Yes, welcome to all the disciples. Appreciate you guys tuning in. We got an ECAS game. We'll see what we get for it. I can play some ECAS. I've been known to dabble in a bit of ECAS in my days here. I haven't played a ton of ECAS lately, but in the grand scheme of things, I've probably played more ECAS than just about anything else, so. Yeah, I just accepted that Vernius was a possibility, a higher than normal possibility, so I was willing to accept my fate if that's how it goes. But we got ECAS, so we should be all right. I would like to have Ebo VIP, but if I don't, and we don't, we'll figure it out. All right. Good luck, have fun. Looks good. Let's go. Let's have at it. Where are we at? We are in the southeast. Looking good, feeling good. Struggle to play ECAS? Easy peasy. You make some sanctuaries, you make some champions, you fight people with them. No problems. We just don't make fencers. Some people like fencers. I do not fencer very often. So we got Sanya, whom I love. I like Sanya a lot. I always play her regularly. She pays us out money for every sanctuary we make, and also makes our masterpieces much cheaper, which we like a lot. We also got Rivi, who I do not normally use, but she's okay. Military units at maximum level have no Solari upkeep. That's a little bit trivial, but it's all right. We'll figure it out. But military units start with one more experience level, which is a bit nice, actually. That extra experience level. Of course, buffs up, I think, your armor, your power a little bit. Makes your guys a fair bit tougher. It's a good deal. We like extra experience levels here.
What's the plan?
And of course, we wanna explore as much as possible because we need to figure out what our land layout looks like here. So what do we want to take? What looks like something we could pillage? We probably want to take this one above us here. We certainly want to take advantage of the rare elements. So we could start with that for now. And we're gonna do at least 4 thopters. All right, this looks reasonable to me. There's some plascrete behind us, so we could take that. And there's a special down there, so maybe we'll make... there's a lot of regions we have to cap to make that into a... We'll keep looking. A lot of regions we have to cap to make that into a sanctuary over there. We did get 20% extra resource production on our spice field, which is a fabulous pickup. We like that a lot. We'll start with an extra naked plascrete factory over in the spice field for sure. Yeah, for a random start, I can absolutely live with this. This is a totally acceptable randoming for me. These are very workable counselors on a very workable faction. Yes, we are all good. Moondew Vale is a pretty lousy special region, but it's fine. We'll work with it.
Ready for patrol. Straight on it.
Got to get our processing plant up here. We're starting to grab some of our goodies around the map. Got a lot of military tech boosts. At least 2 of them right on top of us. That's nice. We don't hate that at all. On a lot of territory around us, which I guess is good. There's the Observatory Mountain up there. That's usually a nice one.
Straight on it. Straight on it.
Looks like we've got smugglers to our west there.
On watch. On the move.
What makes sense as far as sanctuary? Oh, well, a witch is down there.
Okay. On vector.
I'm just sort of so I've got 2 thopters automatically rolling around. Darn. I was hoping that this would be junk over here, but that's actually pretty good. An abandoned Imperial station. We usually like those. Well, let's just get some plascrete. I'm not seeing a lot of great opportunities for our sanctuaries here. We'll have to figure that out. Research hub's pretty good. Up here, Observatory Mountain we love. We'll definitely get that at some point.
Muskets are loaded.
These are apparently 2 naked muskets here. Maybe we need a squire to help them out.
We'll shoot them full of lead. That'll be some sport. You'd kill for a bit of shade. That'll be some
There we go.
sport.
That works. And up there we've got Mount Idaho for the plascrete.
Awaiting order.
Yeah, I mean, we could work at least 2 or 3 sanctuaries in here because there's a lot of land, but they're not going to be easy to get. Because I kind of want this to be a sanctuary, so I need to take, or either of these could be a sanctuary. So which one of these is better? Pillages or I think this would be a better land to have captured. This would be a better sanctuary.
We serve to the best of our capacity.
And then if we went up, I think we'll hope this is good stuff. We can make this a sanctuary here, although, yeah, I don't know that those have anything special in them. Make sure we're building. This guy's also 20% if you have 1 building of each type. That's not too bad.
What's the plan?
Do I try to beeline just to get a sanctuary up right away, or am I trying to just grab a spice field down there? I was kind of hoping that was bad territory, so that too could be a sanctuary. Sanctuaries are going to be thin, but the plus side of that is we've got really good territory to work with.
At your command, my lady.
Spice field right above us too. I guess that's not a sanctuary either there then. They keep giving us all this good stuff, and I want bad stuff to make into sanctuaries. So what an embarrassment of riches. Prep our probe setup. Oh, there is the baddies coming out right out of the moon dew. Okay, so we will scan that. I think our main base missile turret should keep us safe for there.
Better to die than disappoint you.
Right? There we go. Yeah, he's shooting. He's shooting. We're all right. We're building out. We're building out. Looking fine. We're suffering from success. Indeed, we are. Yeah. Sanctuarying the Plaz region, since we're going to have an Idaho, was probably the way to do it. Maybe we'll release it later on. I don't know. Having a ton of Plazcrete is not the worst thing in the world either. So all factions. We want a little bit of Landsred standing, and otherwise, I think we just don't want to go into the pits. Do we want better military construction? What do we want? I don't know. I'm not really building stuff right now. I'm going to try and make this not pass, because I'm not building a ton right this second. Okay, so we did cancel that. No one's getting cheaper buildings. Everyone's in the pits of the Landsred, and military tech is sped up. So let's do our military tech then.
We serve to the best of our capacity.
Alright, well, like I said, we'll make it work.
We got the big game
Alright, this guy,
rifles.
let's grab
Muskets
some
on
money
loading.
here. Make sure we're researching some of this tech stuff. Building all the goodies. Do you like old school immersive sims? What do we mean by that? Like proper like war sims? Like you're a guy on a submarine, or like flying a plane or something like that? Or some other kind of sim do you have in mind? Suffering from success. Yeah. We'll be all right. We'll make it work for us. There's so much land. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I mean, we're going to be in like 15 regions or something. I wonder if we could sneak over and grab that before smugglers. It might be fun, but we don't
Your command,
necessarily want that early smuggler aggro either if we could avoid it. Do prickly spear, and then maybe barrel cleaners to start with.
What's the plan? You'd kill for a bit of shade.
And
Ready
we'll go
for
up
the
and we'll
hunt.
grab this. Oh,
Yes,
is this
my
guy not on
lady.
auto recon?
Awaiting order.
That's all right. We'll go up, we'll grab this, we'll get ourselves another Thopter up, we'll pop out the administrative hall as soon as possible. And that is a respectable, that's an average spice rate, but I'm happy to trade into it for now. Pull in the military tech, and we were supposed to probe scan the moon dews down here, so we will do that. Prep another probe. Got some tech over there. No sign of anyone else. I can see a little bit of smugglers to the west. Like the first Deus Ex system. Yeah, I do like those. The original Deus Exes for sure. I didn't play System Shock or Thief, though I know they were well regarded. The original Deus Ex was just a masterpiece. It's amazing. It's odd watching you play live when there's a lull. You try to skip forward a bit. I'm sorry. I'll try to fill the lulls up with some expert commentary. But at the same time, I'm trying to think too, and there's a lot going on, so it's tricky. Yeah, the original Deus Ex was so incredible. I don't think it'll ever be recreated properly. But it was like that crazy freedom of, how to go about solving different problems. And it was just, there were so many ways you could do stuff. It was really wild. It is weird that we don't have a sanctuary up yet, though. That's kind of bothering me.
You honor us, fair lady.
What are we gonna do about this sanctuary situation? I guess we'll expand southward, because it would be really nice. I mean, we definitely want that spice down there.
Ready for the hunt.
We definitely want, the moon dew. Yeah, we're headed south, I think. we're pretty poor, so we're not going to invest in any
We serve to the
chome.
best of our capacity.
This is water for spice. That's good. 2 extra Fremen sibling agents. That's very good for us. We like that. Extra agents always a boon, especially for ECAS, who is only ever capped at 10 agents. 20% economic building research production. Like all of our lands have plus 20% resource production. That's nice. What are we getting tech-wise? Oh my god, we're flying through the tech. 7 days, 8 days, so we'll finish up Logistic Flourish, and then we'll come back to some green stuff, because we desperately need faster expansion, I think. We just want to make sure we're taking full advantage of this scientific congress, which we should. I mean, if we look at this, it'll be done in 7 days. Congress will be done in 7 days, so just about right, if we time it that a ways. Alright. Spice Harvester number 2, out and about. 10% more resources in his region. That's not too bad. We've got pretty solid quirks in a lot of our regions. We like that.
We'll obey
Let's
your
go.
wish.
Let's leave a guy here to hold this, and then we'll start doing some of the pillaging of things that we think are gonna be sanctuaries, because we want more money. I really like a harvester works up. Would make me happiest, I think. Nope, actually, we've got enough to just go straight into some perfect troops since we went for that early red tech. Yeah, what have you guys been playing lately? Anyone playing anything fun? I've been doing a bit more Company of Heroes. I actually have been playing on several of Turin's Company of Heroes 3 streams. Those have been a lot of fun. Company of Heroes, a medium fun game, but turns into super fun if you play it with other buddies. So it's super fun playing with buddies. Playing solo, medium fun. But I've been playing with Turin and some of the other guys on some Company of Heroes. That's been really entertaining lately. I like that a lot. I'm still super excited about some Sins of a Solar Empire coming up in 2 or 3 months, probably. It looks like the smugglers are far enough away. We might be able to grab a bunch of goodies down here. We're going to try that. I did random guys, yeah. We got Rivi and we got Sanya to work with as counselors. Normally, I would take Sanya and Ebo Vip, the twirly mustache guy. I did beat Dracula on V Rising, yes. Very immediately, actually. Right after, like the day after I wiped constantly to Adam, also known, aka Frankenstein. The day after that horrible display, I've found a legendary greatsword, and I used it to beat the heck out of Adam, and then went and beat the heck out of Dracula with it. Adam was actually harder than Dracula was. But yeah, so I sort of finished up my V Rising, and I've played through V Rising when it was in early access like 3 or 4 times, so I was just happy to conquer some new content and then moved on. You've considered trying Spice Wars in the Discord, but it's the first game. Do we get many beginners? We did get a lot of beginners. It's certainly slowed down, but I think Spice Wars is fairly beginner friendly because you could tell people that you're a beginner, especially on the Discord, and they're likely to go a little easier on you. We would love a Bene Gesserit. There's some taint on this. So the Corino made it affect only a single faction, and then the Harkonnens put taint on it. Interesting. We're just going to try and get the Bene Gesserit passed, I think. Because we don't feel too strongly. I don't know Falling Frontier very well. I'll have to take a look at that. Does V Rising have any vampire vibe? Yeah, it's a vampire game. There's a lot of vampire vibe. You're building out, your vampire castle. You're locking people in your dungeon and drinking their blood. It's great. Dracula's harder than Adam only on Brutal, and Adam doesn't change in Brutal beyond damage. But interesting. I haven't had a chance to do Brutal. That might be fun, a Brutal playthrough. We do get a Bene Gesserit. We get some stink on the smugglers and econ tech passes. All right, I guess we'll just never get green things. Maybe we'll finish this first one because it'll only take a couple days. And then we will pop over. We'll get some yellow stuff.
Muskets are loaded.
A Bene Gesserit.
Our lives are yours.
We'll make her work. We can fix her. We're getting lots of agents. We got good stuff going. Okay, I really want my main base. Oh, I don't have enough for the harvester works. I guess in that case we'll opt for an early research center. Falling Frontiers, I'll have to look at it. I'm not familiar with
We
that one.
serve to the best of our capacity.
Homeworld 3, I agree, was maybe disappointing. It's weird because I played the campaign for it and I enjoyed it so much. I'm like, oh, this is great. I'm having a great time. And like, you finish the campaign, I think, in like 7 or 8 hours. And then it's like, oh, well, now what do we do? And then the skirmishes are kind of pretty boring, and I don't know, the multiplayer stuff hasn't grabbed me very well. I think my biggest problem with Homeworld is it doesn't feel like there's skill expression in it. We're gonna march back and do some raiding, I think. And we haven't really seen any actual other raiders around. Maybe we don't have we don't have much sieges by us. There is another spice field in our back. We could potentially be on, I think, a relatively easy 4 spice here. Regardless, we'll do this pillage for sure. We'll keep grabbing our points of interest. Yeah. You like that quote? Bene Gesserit is a straight way for more assassinations in the game. Yeah, everyone likes the Bene Gesserit agent. They're great fun.
At your command, my lady.
Shooting at these scavenging ornithopters. We don't really have any friends in the game. I think the Harkonnens are probably our friend because they're across map from us. Let's make a peace treaty with the Harkonnens, which would be Starka.
What's the plan?
We'll be diligent. Harvester in working order.
Boom, boom, boom. Oh, I really want a bunch of green stuff, but it's so hard to ignore plus 50% research speed, right? Again, annoying. I don't think Insulated Valley works for us. We've got pretty decent wind on all these villages, 3s and 4s across the board. This is more Plascrete, that's more Plascrete. And then, do we push south? If I wanted this, that's only 96. Yeah, I guess we go down. And they're the more raided. Yeah, we go down because there's raiders down there and there's stuff we want to take. I want green stuff. I need my native artist so I can get my museum up. I need, dang, you aren't even struggling with water this game, right? Alright, the worms have been peaceful. I don't want to hear about it. We gotta deal with these raiders, and then we will... Okay, so the smugglers took that, which I'm not too surprised at, but I don't want them taking anything else, so we're gonna march down and take that before there's any trouble. Yeah, we're at 33 water. Where's that even all coming from? It's crazy. We're watered out of our minds today. That's, nothing personal, he says. I don't even know what that... Oh, base drop. Let's turn around. Can we maybe secure this spice before Corino can? Troublesome Corinos. Let's get a knight up. Knights are going to be expensive, but we should be stockpiling 2, which is going to tank our economy. Maybe we'll cancel the knight. We'll just opt for another perfect musketeer for now.
We serve to the best of our capacity.
Don't love it, Corino. He could fly guys over, and he probably is trying to claim. So he claims Sandfall behind him, potential Mount Idaho. Goddamn, Corino. All that would have been lovely for you to not have.
At your command, my lady.
Might be in trouble sooner rather than later here. Do I need supplies? I might. Let's move a guy over to the Spacing Guild. And we'll march up there, try and cap that ASAP. What is this quest here? Recruit a knight if you kill militia. Alright, so I guess we get a free knight. Can make that work.
What's the plan?
The dreaded Corino base drop. Nothing personal, he says, as he dumps it straight into my lands.
Muskets are loaded.
We are on the rocks. We should be all fine.
We'll do our best.
It's always Corino ruining things, isn't it? Always Corino. We hates them, precious.
We're eager for new adventures. An adventure to remember.
Mr. Knight here. I do like the 15 power. I'm just gonna do it. Maybe we save up and we try and grab Mount Idaho at least. You know, if those are the established borders, I could live with that.
Knights at your service.
At your command, my lady.
Move our
Yes,
rally
my
point up a
lady.
little bit more. Corino's base drops always spoil their own game. Yeah, well, if you base drop too aggressively, you start a blood feud, and then you've ruined everybody's game. Money's gonna be tight for us though, and it's tight largely because we rely on the Museum of Unbound Arts for a lot of it. I'm actually gonna cancel that, and we'll just come back over here because we're just about to finish up the next council.
Muskets are
We got a
loaded.
pretty sizable, chunky little army to work with here. And I fear no man. We've got a Landsrad. We don't want water subsidies because I don't think we could get there. Ooh. Just park in my base under your spice and two specials. Don't fuss. Yeah, exactly, right? We do want Solari, though, and we've got the most votes. Maybe we'll just vote ourselves in Solari. Unless there's some, you know, even if there's stink on it, I'm happy to take it. Even if there's stink on it. People are still thinking, so I'll do some thinking out here, too. I feel like our expansion's really been slowed by our inability to lock down any... I mean, I guess we'll make this place back here a sanctuary for now if we can take this above us. But definitely slowed down by a lack of sanctuary options. If he marches out to that, we will march out and meet him. Because we don't take kindly to that kind of thing around, huh? Alright, good. Looks like we can safely give that to ourselves. We're going to have to just accept that that is passing. Elected faction gets taint. So is he gonna try and put that on someone else? Maybe. Hope it's not me. It's on the smugglers. The Harkonnens don't like the smugglers. They stuck double taint on them. Lose 20 and then lose 30. Alright, we got a crap ton of water. We got stuff built out. We could finally get our harvester works going. That'll help us a little bit. This guy up here gets bonus recruitment offices. We're gonna have a lot of spice. We'll have that going for us. Will it be sensible to have a garden up? I usually like sort of deep set gardens that just pay me out extra knowledge and stuff. What is the luckiest village quirks combination? Good question. Off the top of my head, I like Abandoned Imperial Station with lets you build extra research bases. That's pretty solid. And if you had maybe like, I don't know, plus 20% blue stuff, you would make an insane amount of money and an insane amount of knowledge out of there. Anything that lines up well, right? If you know, stuff that lets you build extra plascrete factories on top of minerals, places that make lots of water but then pay you out for the water that you produce there. Okay, he's attacking up north. We are going to be able to lay claim to this southern one, I think. I hope, I pray.
Yes, my lady Archduchess.
We're just gonna. We've got a pretty solidly perfected army out already. I'm feeling good. I wish we were pushing south, and I wish we. Lot to do. But we, you know, with Corino here, we need to lay claim
Yes, my lady Archduchess.
before anything gets, before he gets too uppity. If he wants to establish this as his border to hold that special region, I'm okay with it. Why am I getting freaking worm struck? Just walking across the desert. Okay, we're all safe. We made it. They're just coming after the harvester.
We're honored to serve you.
Native artists in 4 days, then we can finally get our museum up. We should be able to take this 145 very shortly. And I think we have chased off the Corino army.
At your command, my lady.
We'll follow the path.
There's also a worm in the neighborhood, so if he wants to march on down into worm country, he's welcome to. Alright. So far, so good. And, yeah, we're okay. We'll take this. We'll research the thing that's in his base. 145, come on, tick through. Quickster says he had the research combo once with Corino, and with investment offices, he could build 5 research stations there. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's especially good with Corino, because you get even an extra building. It makes like 150 Solari and like 10 knowledge. It's crazy. That one's very fun. For the ECAS, what we're most happy about is really anything we could get that's just dropping more reinforcements in. We don't like it. We mostly like these things that are +3 Solari per building type, and then we like to amplify those up.
We're eager for new adventures. We're
Okay.
on quest.
We've laid claim to the territory. We've let Corino know where the borders are.
What's the plan?
What is this territory even good for? Oh, that's my Plascrete place. Okay. But there's a storm. Alright. We've got ourselves our very first sanctuary up. We'll go do a little parade there. Maybe we'll walk over and do a little pillage over there.
Victorious.
Resource deficit. Oh, we're going broke. We gotta pay the bills. We got a little excited building out our unstoppable god army here. Tell you what, we'll just take the money for now. A little money to get us positive would be more useful than a little extra XP.
Not much quarry in the desert. At your
You guys,
command, my lady.
grab some house gifts, grab some goodies on the map. We need a little bit more money. We need a better spice rate. Is anybody chomin'? 12% on smugglers. Not really anything on anyone else. Storm has passed, so we can build up there. We've done our pillaging. We really would like to march south. Is our harvester works is done as well, so we'll start getting our guys who are not currently eaten by worms. If you get full XP, you pay no upkeep. Yep, that's true. If you do a parade with just one guy, it affects all of your armies everywhere. You don't need your whole army there. It's game wide, so you can just send one guy out to parade, and everybody takes advantage of it. Pretty cool, huh? Pretty cool. Ooh, permanent +30 Solari, we like that, and we can finally get our museum up and running.
Anything for our liege.
Very good. Very good. We got smugglers up there. Are they going to cap that? Or are they just pillaging? I wouldn't love it if they capped it. Who is this on smugglers? Spreckenkorper.
Yes, my lady Archduchess.
Yeah, pretty cool, huh?
Turret working order.
Got this guy up. We've got all of our harvesters harvesting stuff.
Crawler on report.
And our next goal would be down here for Spice Field number 4. Ooh, this was paying out 20% extra military for all units. Is that gonna be? That's probably not gonna be a. Boy, we're gonna go ahead and just make the garden resort up here, which is not an ideal garden resort, but it sort of makes that defensive. It'll keep Corino from causing any trouble up on that border. We'll buy that authority there. There's some smugglers, so they are just on a little pillaging crusade. That is an army we could certainly beat if we need to. Okay, what am I getting? I'm finishing up outpost logistics. Probably want... Is anyone cooking yet? We probably want some valuable trinkets sooner rather than later. Anyways. Truces with everyone. We'd be fine with that. There's no one we're looking at to battle. Oh yeah, you think we should investment up here for our even extra experience points? I think we need... What do we need? Don't we need a certain thing to build our investment offices? I thought it was unlocked by something. Oh, we can't even make investment offices because we're the ECAS. All we could do is make sanctuaries. Deer to minor houses, and Corino made it all factions, so that's a shoe-in. The elected faction gets some taint or slower military development. We've got a lot of things that we're gonna do besides military development, so I'm happy to do that, I think. Yeah, ECAS don't have investment offices. Yeah, it's a good point that I should be looking for silos because I unlocked them earlier than I ordinarily would. There's adjacent ones there. My other spice field is here, and then way down there. Yeah, we could stick one here at least. And up here would be good silo spots for sure. We're gonna have a lot of spice is the good news. We don't need to be hard selling anymore. Probably should be hard stockpiling actually because that rate is garbaggio. Okay, these guys have finally stopped attacking us. That's nice. We got that going for us.
We serve to the best of our capacity.
And we will get ourselves Whitmore blood. Of course. Whitmore. The greatest Whitmore. The greatest blood of all time. Legendary sword master. I think we're gonna cap this eventually, but we don't need it immediately. And we're kind of saving up a little bit to mass build a bunch of masterpieces once we get there. It is weird that we've only got the one siege. I haven't seen a single other raider from anyone else around us. Alright, let's start expanding westward. The smugglers did leave. That's nice. I guess there's not a lot to expand elsewise. So we'll just go grab this Moondew because that'll at least make this a sanctuary, and we can make this alliance, and then we could stick a craft shop in there sooner rather than later. That all makes good sense to me. And we're finally done with our museum. So we're sticking masterpieces in all of our spice fields. This place down here also pays out for red stuff, so we'll stick masterpieces down there.
We're honored to serve.
Oh, and even if we make it another sanctuary, Sanya will make our masterpieces cheaper, so that's even more reason to do so. Could use a little more money though. 1.6 is such an awful spice rate, unfortunately.
At your service, my lady.
This guy down here can't be deployed because there's a storm.
We're eager for new adventures.
120, yeah. Yeah, we're just kind of hanging out. We're sort of chilling. We're sort of establishing our territory. We got 12% on the smugglers. And plus 20 on smugglers. Let's all go kill him, everybody.
Harvester in working order.
Awaiting order.
Who's the big chomer right now? Yep, smugglers is chomer. Nobody else is at all. We're actually, our money is gonna pop off eventually once we get everything built and organized. Because we're gonna have some crazy spice income once we get our masterpieces in all of these places. Because, of course, if you don't know, we've got our harvester works up that says plus 5% gathering rate per economy building. And then if we build our masterpieces, they count as 2 economy buildings. So we just build out like 4 yellow masterpieces, and then it's plus 10% for each of them. So it's like a plus 40% more spice gain in that region. It's pretty fabulous. Yeah, smugs they look like they're doing like the classic Stakhanov gameplay, which was, you know, you keep an isolated region, so it takes twice as long to, it makes more resources, and it takes twice as long to siege down. Stakhanov has definitely fallen out of favor lately, but I don't know. Maybe. It could still happen.
Honorable knights at your
Stakhanov works really well for a while, but then it's hard to... He draws some aggro, and it's hard to close out the game, I think. This one pays out for statecraft. So we'll do some statecrafty buildings in here. And now we see our masterpieces are down to only 36 instead of 60 because we made ourselves another sanctuary to work with.
new adventures.
So that is nice. It's another reason you want those sanctuaries up ASAP. And we got a ton of plascrete. Yeah, well, looking good. We're gonna start doing really, really well economically here. We're gonna opt for another squire and then probably a couple of knights, and then we will be pretty well equipped militarily as well. Let's get some training slots up.
We're honored to serve you.
We're maxed out on our stockpile even. It's all right. We'll deal with it. This guy.
We're eager for
Let's
new adventures.
we'll start expanding
Yes,
westward.
my
I would really
lady
like. I think I want this observatory mountain needs to be ours.
We're on a quest. Honorable knights at
We
your
got 25
service.
water. It's gonna open up in 1.5 days.
Eager for new
So we'll just wait
adventures.
like half a day and then we will march over and take a look at it. Probably makes sense. Oh, we need one more and then we can make this alliance. I say it definitely makes sense to make the alliance because it's trading sort of one worker for two, or one agent for two agents. And these guys do what? Produces more intel. We're not exactly making a ton of intel.
Yes, my lady Archduchess.
Spacing guild for sure.
We're honored.
And then
to
we're
serve
light on plascrete again. I do want that. Now let's go straight out here.
liege.
Keep a close eye on the smugglers, but we should be fine. Smugglers at 15%. I don't even mind the smugglers. Oh, look, the Harkonnens are actually fairly close to the Imperials. There's several regions between them, but they're very thin regions, so it's a short walk.
We're
That's
eager
interesting.
for new adventures.
Landsrad coming up. What we just want a better spice rate so that we could finally make some money. Actually, we're making 500 a day selling into the horrible spice rate. It's just that we're making a lot of spice. Who knew that 4 spice fields were good? Who knew? It might even make sense for us to do more Harkonnen treaties. If they're not buying up the Chom hard, then they're our friends. Because we share common neighbors, and we don't like them. I think I want to put an emphasis on getting more thopters up and spread out around the map to make sure we're keeping an eye on things. I would love... Starka wants to trade. What do you want, Starka? This is just what I said. I think it's a good idea. Starka is not choming, so I am absolutely happy to accept his trade proposal. Best friends. Meanwhile, behind the facade, dear to minor houses and Imperium Edict. Okay, so everyone's probably going to get that. I don't particularly care about Landsrad standing. You know, we can't push the politics very well. I don't like pushing politics in general, but we certainly can't do it without Ebo Vip in our corner. So we're not particularly concerned about the Landsrad standing. Chom prices being more expensive would be good, I guess. I don't know. We could even start buying Chom because we're gonna make a lot of money real soon here. We'll oppose that, I suppose. Yeah. What's up, everybody? Welcome to the chat. We are rocking a tournament game. No Landsrad stink, more expensive shares, and cheaper manpower for everybody. This is 161 to capture, which we can't do. You know what we need is we need some intel. This guy down here needs to be a data center, and then we could put some data centers up here as well. Would be useful. Is there another trade? Harkonnens for knowledge? Let's do it, Harkonnens. Best buddies. You know, if it comes down to it, ECAS is capable of booming to a victory a lot faster than the Harkonnens can. So in general, we're pleased with Harkonnen friends. All right, well, let's get our military propaganda out of the way. Then we're making so much money, like we'll lean back into the yellow tree, I think. And again, because we don't have Evo VIP, we're gonna mostly ignore statecraft. I'm sort of thinking countermeasures, because you never know when a murdering could happen. We're in month 4. It probably would even be savvy of me to go ahead and stick at least one guy on counterintelligence. Ugh. And we got raiders coming in though, which is troublesome. Who is my worst squire? Worst squire gets to stay here. Everybody else has got to go home. Oh, I guess we got one squire could go down there and fight, but he probably won't win by himself. Worst squire can stay up here. Hopefully no one comes and shoots him with a sniper rifle. You never can tell though. Okay, this guy is not on safe mode for some reason.
Spice crew reporting.
And this guy is not on safe mode, but ought to be. Okay. You guys all march south and help out there, pretty please. We got Harkonnens pillaging the mid. Everyone, a lot of pillaging going on in this game. And we almost have our third red up in base. I think we're going to opt for experience for military units. Can this one squire beat everyone here is the question. No, he's losing. Yeah, go home, squire. You did a good job keeping him busy, and we can annex this front one. It looks like we got not the raiders, the rebels, the outcasts, whatever they are, renegades. That's what I was looking for. We got the renegades up there. And we need to make sure we're trading. We're gonna go ahead and trade in our influence for space and guild favor. We like a renegade base. That'll be good money for us once we get a little more data online. A little more intel going. We went to add Emperor Paul as a faction and more players to the board. I would love new factions in any way, shape, or form. Would be great. We could also transition into our craft shops, which I think we can, should, and would do. Get a couple craft shops cooking for us at least. Yeah, more factions would be great. A lot of people have theorized we might see a what is it? The Tlilaxu, something like that. It's devilishly hard to pronounce, but the face dancer people, they would be pretty cool. I think we could all agree on that. But we haven't had any hints at all, right? It's been absolute radio silence from the devs, so no idea when we will see more of anything, anywhere ever. Though we would all like some new stuff. You need airports? Yeah, probably so. I don't anticipate any trouble, but it wouldn't hurt to have at least the southern flank guarded with an airport. I think you could see the red encroaching on the Imperial base from all sides, so I don't think he's as concerned about me as he is about the Baron. You never know what smugglers are going to do, though. Real wild card, those smugglers.
Yes, my lady Archduchess.
What does this place do? It pays out for military buildings. Extra research posts. We're going to be very greedy with our research posts and just not have many of them. And then this is our next grab here. Will make us another sanctuary, and then we'll go beat up some renegades. And we want requirements 8. What are we building? Why are we low at 55? Oh, I'm still missing military propaganda. That's right. Military propaganda is not up. ECAS has that Sim City Vab, sorta. I mean, they're a slow starter. They need time to get rolling, right? So they do have a, you're not running out to fight people. You kind of want people to leave you alone for a little while. And Chom's super expensive right now. Corino's up to 9%. Harkonnen's at 6%. We could probably buy up to 10% without much worry ourselves here. But yeah, I mean, the best thing that can happen to ECAS is everyone just sort of leaves them alone so that they can prepare for the end game, right? I mean, that is ideal scenario. So it's going well for us. We've got we've got 3 specials locked down. We're starting to cook some hedge. We're at 15k hedge. We're gonna be pretty far up on the hedge because we're gonna take this one and we're gonna take at least that one. We could always bust down the research center as needs be. Let's get this scav team ready to go so we can go mess up some renegades. I probably don't even need this probe set up anymore. Let's we could probe the back of the barren lands. We need more thopters out. That's what I said I wanted. And we're always happy to have more plascrete for a while at least.
We're eager for new adventures.
We're really good on the manpower, so we want to make sure we're getting our militia up all over the place. All factions gain chome shares. That's good. It helps dilute the pool, so there's less percentage on the people that are actually trying to chome. So since we're not going for a chome victory, we like chome contracts because it will make the chome victory less likely for everybody. It is a lot of wealth, though. If you just started selling these, I probably should. Oh, I didn't even have enough to sell. I was gonna say I probably should sell right now, but it's all right. That is, we got Taint on the Harkonnen War of Assassins, Landsred Guards. Yeah, I think I'm a fan of this one. We got a lot of votes. Fan of some guards. Elected faction gets Taint and Assassins. I don't even care. It could be me. Give me some Taint and Assassins. I'll take it. How deep am I into the Dune books? I read all of long ago. I read all of the original Frank Herberts. I read a couple of the Son Herberts, and then kind of dropped them. And then I went back and I reread the original Dune. Like, oh, Assassins are I went back and reread the original Dune right around when the movies first started coming out. Is this proper war? No, this looks like pillaging a siege. Our Conans are busy over there. We're gonna go ahead and cook our hedge. And is it time? No, let's get a night or 2, and then it will be time to march over into these renegades. So in the meantime, let's do. Is this ready yet? No, but this guy should. We could do a couple of little victory parades, and we've got Landsred guards up too. Good, they can go tank these renegades for us, or maybe grab stuff off the map. It would be even better. Yeah, I mean, of course, I love the original Dune books, but I feel they get pretty weird eventually. Once you start getting into the the honored matres, who are like controlling the universe through transcendental sex kind of things, like, I don't know, man, you're getting a little far out there for me. This guy up here is looking pretty good. What does he want? I think he wants a airfield is what he wants. Military parades. Our knights are coming.
We got the big game rifles.
This guy up here needs to be a listening post. Chum shares are out and about. Could buy some chum shares. We got 11%, 11%, 15%, 5%. So when you see a spread of chum like that, what that tells me is that ain't nobody winning on chum this game. Because it's just too spread out. There's too many people in the market. Is that? Are they gonna cause us trouble there? Send our Landsred guards down there. Yeah, I mean, we are at 17 plus 28 already. Corino's starting their cook. Harkonnens are buying a lot of shares, but I'm fine with that.
Yes, my lady Archduchess.
And our knights are up. We do have the raiders coming in. We'll see if the 3 Landsred guards can deal with them on their own. because I have other plans for the rest of the troops.
On the move. At your service. Any way I can serve.
Once these knights get up here, we will go mess up these renegades. Boom, boom, boom. Yep, this is a good spot here, definitely there. And we want to make sure we're building out everywhere, because I know I've fallen a little bit behind getting all the stuff I want built in various places. And I'm also have my spidey sense tingling, so we're going to stick another guy in counterintelligence. How's our base looking? What are we putting in the middle here? Probably red stuff still. Probably red stuff. We'll get our crew training program up, and then... yeah, we need inspiring standard in order to get to our fusion plant.
Ready. Listening.
Ooh.
Ready.
These guys will continue just grabbing goodies off the map. I guess I'm technically at peace with everybody. We'll have a slightly better exchange rate coming up. And then this frontline territory probably needs himself a military base. Do I think Frank Herbert's sex magic will come up in the game? I mean, I hope so. Just because it's one of the more unique ideas of RTSs. Maybe not, maybe not. Maybe those are just not the RTSs that I regularly play. But I could see Honored Matres as a faction for sure. They play a very prominent role in things. But you would have to. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's a French game. Maybe they're a little more laissez-faire. In America, it would be tough to get away with the transcendental sex slavery aspect of a video game. But maybe, you never know. Those Europeans, they get a little loosey-goosey over there. We've got too much Puritan baggage over in the Americas for it. This is what's called a Navigator tournament. So in Turin, the streamers' Discord is where we organize a lot of our games, and the tournament organizers of Turin's stream on Turin's Discord are called the Navigators. So they, I should say, I'm one of them, organize tournaments just about every Sunday, usually at usually about this time on Sundays, on sort of a weekly format, and very low key, no barriers to entry. Is this going to put us up too high? No, we should be okay for now. So you are welcome if you would, one, need to be on the Discord. Two, you would need to see the notification and then sign up. We do rounds of 16. So you just need to sign up and then you could play. Easy peasy. I know, or I don't know if they still do it, but they used to do much more of they did more official monthly tournaments and things on the main Discord. Yeah, if you need to check it out in the Turn Discord, it's called the Navigator Log. Sometimes stuff gets messed up, but yeah, you'd need. I think there might be a special role to sign up for. You might have to be a wayfinder or something like that. I don't know. Ask in the Discord and people will help you. I've got too much trying to trickle through my brain at the moment for it to make a lot of sense talking about this. Look at this spice field. Just way up here, just waiting for someone to take. I'm sort of surprised Corino doesn't have that already. Permanently gain 10 fuel cells. Yes, I accept. Because my god, we may have 0 fuel cells. That's right, I hadn't even thought of that. We have got no fuel by us, so I guess we really do need that fusion plant up. What's the dirtiest cheese in Spice Wars? Well, there were dirtier cheeses. They've mostly patched them out, actually. Yeah, zero fuel cells, that stinks. Let me think about cheese. You know, the dirtiest cheese was the Atreides juggling, which they did patch out pretty shortly after everyone discovered exactly how dirty it was. So it was, you'd start doing a peaceful annex, and it would take like, I don't know, 200 authority, and then while you're annexing it, your authority would count back up towards your 500 cap, and then you would start annexing another thing for 200 authority, and then you'd go back to the first one that you were annexing and you'd cancel it and then restart it again. So you were kind of storing your authority and stuff that you were annexing. What is this? Smugglers want to have the Eye of the Council. Granted. They did patch that though, so they made it so if you canceled your peaceful annexes, it had like a penalty, so it was no longer a way to like permanently store vastly more authority than you would otherwise have. Then right around the same time, the other cheese was smuggler based. So if you only had a couple lands, if you were trying to survive on like 3 or 4 territories, you would abandon 1 or 2 of them, so you had just 1 or 2 territories, and then because you didn't have penalties for how many, or you didn't have penalties for the distance from the main base, your only penalties for smugglers were your owned villages, and you had very, very few owned villages, you could simultaneously annex like 10 territories at once, because each one would only cost like 30 or 40 of authority. Monument, good call. Thank you. It is monument time. Now that we finally have discovered some fuel cells. This guy pays out for water. Wouldn't hurt to have more water. Yeah, I mean, we're sort of in a really, really excellent spot here at the moment. We are cooking just about as much as anyone else. We've got a lot of territory to ourselves. 25, 12, 19. Everyone's buying Chom shares. I'll buy Chom shares. I'm sitting on almost 30K. I'm extremely rich. I just wasn't really buying stuff because it's like, what's the point? But I think it does make sense to get up to 10%, at least to have mercenaries in our back pocket. That's pretty useful for the ECAS. This guy's paying out per statecraft building and extra water.
We're honored to serve.
For now, we just sort of hang out and wait till we win the game. And I think if someone wants to cause us trouble, we're going to want to have some champions ready to go. So we will go ahead and champ up a couple of guys. I should have pulled them to the side. Actually, I have to make sure everybody's hotkeyed here. Everyone stop walking. This guy. Okay. So here's my army. Here's Whitmore and Squires and Knights. Alright, now get back in the squad. You always want to be able to grab your champions quickly out of the scrum. Is it time to take down the RC? It probably will very soon. Actually, it probably as soon as now, actually. I think that's a good call. I was going to try to like hang on to it till we get to 20K and then pop it down, but we're already way ahead of everyone else. There, it looks much better having us at 16-9 than it did at like 18-9. They're certainly scheming against me. Defenses is a wise call. Where would people come in? The Baron can only attack from the front here. We're going to pick up Inspiring Standard, and we're going to start going down the green stuff. That's going to take us forever, though. This is 13, 22, 28 days, so it'll take us a while to get those going. This guy down hereabouts, I believe, also needs to be a military base to keep an eye on this front line. Make sure we've got all of our militia locked and loaded, so that that's not a problem. This guy pays out intel if I had 1 building of each type. We want to make sure we've got a lot more manpower probably being made. Harkonnen's grabbing the middle. 7,000 to buy shares right now. A lot of tech crates. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. Okay, we'll cancel the Inspiring Standard and we'll grab some of our red tech crates. We likey having these ruins around to power us through.
Yes, my lady.
Thought that was the smugglers coming finally. I knew they'd come for me, but no, it's not. It's just some raiders causing a ruckus down there.
Anything for our liege. We're eager for new adventures.
You guys, we need to switch to our airfields filter
Chivalry commands.
so we can see where we could fly to. We probably even want redundant airfields up around if we could do it. This guy's got airfields here. I'm not as concerned about up here because I think Corino is not going to want to attack the garden. because they don't. Let me see. I guess they're 350. I don't know. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. This guy is almost ready to be victory paraded. Could do a couple of them.
Awaiting order.
That one over there. I guess he's ready too, actually. I'm behind on my timings. You're right. Good call, chat. Thank you, everybody. Boom, boom, boom. Did that finish? No, it did not finish at our inspiring standard. Did that put tech towards siege incentives? That's annoying. What do we got? What do we got? We want to build out on our main base very soon. Military parades. All around, everybody. Everybody parade. Yeah, you can see as the parades finish, my main army got a whole bunch of goodies in it. We've got as many people as we can on counter intel. Oh, look at this. Prices are way down. They're down to 3.6. They used to be at 7K. Look at that nice dip. We'll buy a bunch of chome while we can. 21%, 23%, 10%. I mean, people are buying, but it's like there would need to be a horrible murder for anyone to hit 50%. Let's put it that way.
We're honored to serve you.
Military parades, boom, boom, boom. XP.
Yes, my lady. We're on a quest.
We would love for more more renegades around to go war against. We got the old monument up. We could switch to a couple guys over to war banners if we ever get this fusion plant. There it is. What else do we got to grab back here? Actually, I kind of like keeping these guys around to sort of pick up for last ditch extra troops. Some marauders might be useful. And I think we'll stick a military. Did I crew out my harvesters? I thought I had, but now that you're asking me, maybe I didn't. Maybe I didn't finish the 4 crews on them. I think I like this spot right here for an airfield because it's sort of centrally located between the 2 potential fronts that troops may need to go to. That makes sense to me. Anyways, back at the Landsrad. I think military factory more important than war banners. That's probably fair. And we certainly have the money for it. I think that's a good call. Schneider, I always wonder, is it Apollyon like Napoleon? Or Apollyon? You're always sort of Napoleon in my mind without the N. Do you think the game should give you more rewards for killing one opponent? Yeah, that is that's one thing. Killing an opponent doesn't exactly doesn't always get you anything. So happy to support that. Happy to support that. Why do we have 60 votes here without going into influence? Oh, because we have 30 free over here. I don't really care. Don't really care. Apollyon Schneider. Excellent, thank you. Good advice. Rates are good. Maybe we'll pick up even a little extra chome. Maybe not. It's starting to get real expensive. It is funny that there's so much chome bought. 35 on the smugglers for hedge, 30 hedge on Corino, 24 on me. I think our long-term plan is we're gonna chill out. We're gonna just let things cook. If we start getting towards endgame danger territory, you know, if we get a chance for a boom, so we've got 3 territories we could grab for the boom. We could do a research center for the boom, and we've got 3 champions, right? We could conceivably, you know, we could try to hedge boom and then just try to win on the battle with all of our champions. We could do something like that. We could, yeah, no one's choming. We're not looking towards governorship. Statecraft and military are down. Yeah, I mean, I think it looks to me, because we're sort of in the lead here, if I was looking at this, I would be concerned about ECAS already ahead and already cooking, you know, a competitive amount. And we've got the most Landsrad standing, but maybe I should just tell people I don't have EBO VIP for immunity, by the way, so don't kill me if Gov comes up or something.
Anything for our liege.
Just let everybody know. Just playing with our cards on the table. Don't kill me, bro. Let's double check. We were supposed to look at our harvesters. 4, 4, 4, 4. Okay, I did fill out my harvesters. Yes.
Yes, my lady Archduchess.
We need more militia down there. Making 326 spice a day, which is so much spice. It's back up to almost 8K. Yeah, military factory is coming up once we get our fuel cells online. Once this fusion plant is good to go. Whenever we can, we will just keep on hitting our villages. It's only month 6. It's fairly early in the game, actually. You know, you can, you know, sometimes a relatively fast game might end in a month 7 or 8. Those are what I would consider a pretty quick game. And then a long game is probably more like 11 plus. But I would say the 8 to 10 region is about 8 to 10 months, so you can see we're 17th day of the 6th month right now. 8 to 10 months is about the average time of a game finishing. Doot, doot, doot. What am I sticking here? This guy likes water, he likes agent recruitment speed. A backup airfield, maybe? Just so we've got airfields all over the place. Wouldn't hurt. We got the monuments out. Have we got our armory built out? We're not using any fencers. We don't have any war banners. I guess we'll pick some stuff on just in case we ever did get war banners. We've got sobering and prickly there. We're not really concerned about anything stealthy. Yeah, I'm fine with this comp and this armory stuff. That would be a good plan. Pretend that you can't withdraw and then and then do it anyways. Yeah, I mean, the last couple videos, at least in the last 2 or 3, all of them had ECAS base kills because they just got too far ahead and everyone's like, all right, let's go kill ECAS now. And everyone just marched over and blew up their base. So that's always a danger. Always a danger that people might just come base kill ECAS. This is going to be, we're going to look at the graph at the end of this, and it's going to be an astonishingly rich lobby. Everybody has got just mad stacks of cash here. Not enough shares on sale to even buy. I was waiting to buy, and I can't even because there's not enough shares on sale.
Anything for our liege.
I mean, we could just skirmish with Corino, maybe try and blow up his base. That'd be fun. He does have double craft shops. At least there. But that's his only special region that he's got is Sandfall up there. Otherwise, he's been locked out of things. Well, good. Smugglers have a Wraith up there. Tell you what, we're gonna have our army fall back a bit to make sure we're not right on the front lines of any engagement here. We're going to bust up this listening post and replace it with a missile. Someday we'll get all the way up. In another 2 months, we'll get up to border defenses. And then woe to my enemies. Those guys are coming in. We could go down there. I think we could go down there just for the XP would be probably worthwhile. Trying to get up to fully XP. Yeah, gotta secure the win so we can play in the playoffs. We don't want to have to commentate that stuff. Class creep for manpower or next building and foliage is free. We're pretty good on manpower, so that's not a concern.
We're on a quest. We'll obey your wish.
We are 19.6 hedge, so we are closing in on the 20k. I think we're gonna be in a border defenses are working. It's coming, but it's a long way off because we're not making a ton of knowledge. I think we're stuck in a status quo until we start seeing some aggression from everyone. Once the rest of the lobby decides to team up on me, then that's when things are gonna pop off for real. Because we'll have to do, let's get this military factory up, shall we? We could do sort of this triple annex. We could grab these 3 things, and we could build our research center in place of this Lands headquarters. Pillage the smuggler seats, like walk over into their lands and pillage it. That's very funny. That's very funny. I like the thought. ECAS at 20k. There's always the danger the smugglers might come over. I guess their Wraith is way up there. Smugglers are launching infiltration cells against us. Okay, that's interesting. In that case... what am I going to do about smuggler infiltration cells? We certainly don't want to be assassinated. We'll bust up this guy here and replace him with... sort of get a fairly forward monitoring station there, I think. Where can I put this monitoring station? Maybe not as forward as I thought. And then it should be a long range around it. I guess it doesn't cover that southern village. Probably makes sense for us to be a little more cautious rather than leaning into the money. Oop, not a pause, it's a Landsrad. So we'll get monitoring stations up on our borders and things. All factions suffer bad spice. Yeah. Hardly matters. Election faction gets some... Oh, we won Judge of the Council. I wasn't even watching. What we do want is actually cell searches. So we're going to support that. For sure. Water sellers we don't care about. We're making apparently only 2 water, which is not really enough water, but... we can cap out at 542 authority. That's always fun. Okay, cell searches did happen. Let's get them cooking. Now that will make us much less concerned about being murdered. Are there any other points of interest we should be grabbing up? You know, it hardly matters. It hardly matters. We've got everything we could ever want. It's probably time to break down our plascrete factories. I think I'm going to replace them with recruitment offices for now. And we'll lean into the monitoring stations over on that border. Could Corino be trying to murder us? I wouldn't expect that. Siege Tuic has admin burden. Is he battling?
Listening.
Get some Thopters out there. That makes me think he's fighting with Harkonnens or something.
Yes, my lady. Ready for patrol. Awaiting order.
We're honored to serve you.
Feeling... okay, everyone's sitting at our base. Now there's the Harkonnens up there. Why would they have admin burden on them? That's weird.
At your command, my lady.
Oh, look. There's this suspicious
Muskets are loaded.
villages.
On watch. Ready for patrol. Okay. Straight on it.
We're gonna just keep making tons and tons of Thopters and flying around and looking at stuff.
Straight on it. Straight on
Okay,
it.
so they've got actually the desolation between the smugglers and the Harkonnens. Those sieges are largely pillaged. We've got Harkonnen sitting in the middle, looking grouchy.
Yes, my lady.
Could buy some more chome just for funsies. Yeah, we'll keep getting our Thopters out and about in the world because we have tons of money and we're not really trying to buy stuff. Yeah, a bit of military parades. Is it time for the parades? It sure is. You're right, everybody. That's why I keep you around, chat. It's not quite time. You're a little ahead. One of them was ready. The other ones were not.
Not much quarry in the desert.
Let's search up here.
Anything for our liege.
I understand.
Don't love that Harkonnen army just chilling.
Glad to be helpful.
You'd kill for a bit of shade.
We are starting to get just about everyone starting to get
What's the plan?
max level. Hooray, that'll help us.
Our lives
Oh.
are yours.
Everything's broken. Nope, Harkonnen's broken on me.
Time for an exhibition. We're eager for new adventures.
Okay, okay, could be go time.
We serve to the best of our capacity. We'll bring inspiration.
Where's our
there.
monument? Let's get it over there. I could be being assassinated. That might be the trouble. Maybe that's why the Harkonnens broke on me? Did anyone else break yet? Not yet.
At your command, my lady. Muskets are loaded. Ready for the hunt. What's
Hmm.
the plan?
Broke a treaty with me, but he's not coming in yet. Is he waiting for other people to get ready to come in? They're probably looking for the 2v1. And if they did so, I think we would just let them get away with it. But we do want to make sure we finish up these cell searches as good as possible.
We got the big game rifles.
Turns out there's lots of cells in our... One cell removed. Another cell removed.
Knights at your service.
We got Corino on the border there, so we're it's looking like we're about to get 3v1'd. In which case, we'll just let them get away with it, and we will fall back.
For our liege.
I think.
Do you need help, my lady?
Anything for our liege.
There's a very elite Harkonnen army too over there, actually.
Ready for the hunt.
We're honored to serve.
Let's go ahead and we'll call in some mercenaries. Since I imagine we'll get some use out of them pretty soon here. Davok assassinated me once and I've never forgiven him. That's funny.
I'm all ears.
What's
Yeah,
the
I
plan?
think we're very close to getting those rebels keeping Corino busy back there. We're very close to everyone jumping on top of us, but it hasn't happened yet, and I don't know what's holding them up.
Knights at your service. Anything for our liege. We have the most inspiring ship in the galaxy.
Don't attack me, bros, or I might win really quickly. We do get a spice tax coming. Spice tax will put us up to 21. We could grab another about 2,000. We could research center for... There's a smuggler's coming too.
We're eager
I don't think we're going to have enough time to do it.
We're honored to serve you.
Maybe the smugglers are just busy there? It's hard to say. No, Harkonnens are flying away. What's happening? What's happening, everybody? Next spice tax is going to put me up kind of high, though. So what? We figured we could boom like 4 or so. So which still puts us quite a bit short. So we need to win like a huge battle with our champions
At your command.
in order to...
We're eager for
This is
new
quite a chunky
adventures.
force we got here, though. We need to win a huge battle and like harvest like 2,000 hedge from it, and then we would be in proper boom territory. Someone just put administrative burden on my main base.
Knights at your service.
That's interesting. Landsrad's coming up. Smuggler's right behind me, and they are cooking more. Plus 43 on smugs. You guys should be worried about those smugglers. Yeah, next spice tax would be very close. Very close for the next spice tax. Preemptive strike. Now you're talking. Now you're talking. That's what I like. You're gonna 3v1 me? How about I just start off with a 1v1 before anyone else can do anything about it? It's not the worst idea I've ever heard, to be honest. Trouble is we can't really push into Corino because theirs is a main base there. We might be able to push southern smugglers. I wonder if that would be worthwhile. Want to attack smugs? Yeah. I do. He's booming pretty hard. Make command points more expensive. It's like all of this, like everyone's so stupidly rich. 13%, 29%, 13%, 24%. We collectively own, what is this? 40, 50, 60, 70. We own 80% of the spice, 82% of the spice market is owned by everybody already. I think you almost, yeah, right. There's only 18% more for sale. You literally cannot win on Chom unless someone else sells off their shares. That's funny. Speaker of the Council, smugglers want it. You can have it, smugglers. I'm happy to give it to you. Doot, doot, doot. We don't want less authority because we're sitting on a lot of authority in a lot of regions. If it happens, it happens. You think the Harks are baiting me? Could be so. Could be so. I mean, I'm not going to put myself into, like, we do got a Corino. Hold on, let's cancel this. Oh, I can't end the truce because I just spent all my authority. But look at this guy right there. I want to walk out and shoot him. We, I think we need an Elaka Fog ready to go. Smugglers are walking back there. We could fly south and just walk over and try and capture smuggler lands. That would be fun and funny. Can we capture these lands? Okay, so we're not gonna do any more military parades. I guess that one's taxed, and we didn't tax the other ones because we need the ability to. Where are you going, Kronos? Oh, it's 100 authority to break it, and I don't have it. Border defenses is not ready. Prideful Crown finished. Border defenses still needs 54 more days, so don't count on that one, boys. Is Corino coming down? Probably. I'm guessing to join forces with them, just so that they don't end up in a 1v1 situation, which would be beneficial for me. Let's not forget Ekaz murder. I don't have anyone to murder unless you come to me. He's flying down there. Where are you going, Corino? But I don't like it, whatever you're doing. 21, yeah. Maybe we do aim. Let's turn off this authority. Okay, that's already turned off then.
Anything for our liege.
A new backdrop for our
Is he coming in for a base snipe? I think he might be. My God, let's. Okay, we gotta stop this. Pick up this.
We're honored to serve you. We have the most inspiring ship in the galaxy.
Make it.
We're eager for new adventures. Of course, my lady. Yes, my lady Archduchess. Agreed. We'll go anywhere we're needed.
The aesthetic of combat is riveting.
Let's blow up the Thopter.
Foe to slay.
Surround yourself with turrets? Yeah, probably so. It's gonna be about that time, isn't it? Turrets back at the main base kind of time. But we're out of water. Still a Kronos over there. What are you doing, Kronos? I honestly have no idea. A captured agent has escaped from you. We're gonna go up here. There's not really anything to even build here. There's that guy just sitting out in the field. I mean, the trouble is I'm at literally 0 water, so we can't go very far afield here.
At your command, Archduchess. Ready for the hunt.
Send the muskets out to get this guy. Go shoot that guy. We can't. We gotta get back. Get back. We're all thirsty. We're so thirsty.
We're honored to serve you. We'll go anywhere we're needed. The monument
What is happening? I don't even know. But I'm very tempted to start booming. I think at this next spice tax it might be time, right?
Inspiring ship in the galaxy.
Do we have other mercenaries we could grab up? Could grab this guy. Smugglers have guys in my land. We're gonna cancel the treaty with the smugglers as well, just so that they don't get any kind of
For new adventures.
bonuses betraying us.
We'll shoot them full of lead.
Shoot that guy dead.
At your command.
Are we fighting? We're losing that fight. Run away!
Fence is moving.
Blow
At
up
your
that
command,
thopter.
my lady.
I can feel it coming. I can feel it coming. Moondew has 5 wind in it. Okay, we'll bust out this masterpiece. Good call.
We're honored to serve you.
Muskets are loaded.
Ready for patrol.
A new backdrop
I
for a sublime shape.
don't want to get caught in a 2v1 or 3v1 scenario. I mean, if they attack in separate places, fine. I just don't want my army to be fighting in a 2v1. I want a 1v1 fight with my army, and then that's how we survive and thrive here. There, I mean, there's definitely the wolves are at the gates. I don't have my research institute up. Maybe I ought to. Let's do it. You know what? I'm bored. I'm bored. Fuck it, boys. We're doing the research institute.
We're listening. What do you want? Great.
We're gonna go annex some territory.
At your command, my lady.
He's pushing in the top. He's coming. See what we could do anything about this guy.
We're
It's Kronos.
eager for new adventures.
Thumpering us there. Interesting.
You'd kill for a bit of shade.
Bringing good
Is
taste
it time to
a
get
new
back there?
location.
He's military. He's missile striking my main base.
Chivalry commands. We obey.
Does it make sense to get pulled away to the north here?
Yes, my lady Archduchess. Is it time for an exhibition? Bringing good taste to a new location.
We gotta make sure we got everybody here that gets caught in the flight. It's tricky. They're coming. They're coming. Do I pop my annexes and just try to win this fight up here? The drones would be a big problem. That airfield is down, isn't it? Okay, he did drop the airfield. So we'd have to walk. Do I let it go? Do I walk up there slowly? Harkonnens are annexing back there. I don't know. Maybe we fly up here. Maybe we just walk over. Hopefully there's not like a dozen free company ready to jump on my base. I don't have the musket buff right now. I think we're gonna go fight Corino. Although it would be less fun if we get gear regs on us. If we get gear regs on us, we might just have to chill. And I feel like it's gonna be on us. All factions get gear regs. Oh, Imperial made it all factions. Well, I think we support that even. Weaken the multiple people fighting against us. We do have guys that have a lot of power, so it might be bad, but get 2 extra agents with council traits. Joan buy-in. I don't know. I don't care. I think we're gonna fly up north and then march to the east. See if we can mess with these Corinos. I am not going to annex yet, though.
New adventures. Yes, boss. I'm all ears. We're here. You all right, boss?
We can't let him annex that.
Anything for our liege.
We know his missile strike's down for the moment.
Eager for new adventures. An adventure to remember. We serve to the best of our capacity.
At your command, my
Can we
lady.
pick off some of these guys out front? We surely can.
We're honored to serve you.
Ready
Everybody would just jump on these guys here.
At your service.
What are we getting attacked by? Nope, just raiders down south. Okay, Elika Fog.
We're honored to serve you.
And then we fight 'em.
Anything for our liege.
I need a backdrop for our sublime shape.
Gotta stop some of these missiles though.
Better to die.
Ooh, he's got missiles right on top of us. The missile strikes.
Game rifles. What's the plan?
As fast as these feet can walk. At your command, Archduchess. Our honor is on the line. Listen.
I think it's going okay. No, Worm just hit everybody.
My lady. We got the big game rifles.
Oh, Whitmore got wormed.
We have the most inspiring ship in the galaxy. The aesthetic of combat is riveting. Yes.
Do we have anybody else on me? Not really.
Obey your wish.
Worms hit us again.
Obey your wish. Time for an exhibition.
We lost all of our champions. Damn, I think the Worms ate the champions. I think we lost all the champions to Worms. That sucks.
Listen. We'll be diligent.
There's like 3 Worm strikes there. Alright, we gotta cancel this research center. We can't. 2.3k. 23. Ugh.
At your command, my lady.
Research center is 2, and then 2. I mean, without champions, we can't make any champions for like 20 days. We're on the back foot.
You need a sniper.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't exactly micromanage out of the Worms because we were all high on drugs.
You honor us, fair
I think
lady.
we're gonna prep ourselves a supply drop in case we need it. We've defended the borders from Corino, but we didn't get anything from it. So hopefully our Conans are fighting. We do got to get down south though
Unloaded.
to prepare this because this is getting liberated from a bunch of rebels. We're not admin burdened. The Harkonnens didn't come to murder us.
Ready to strike.
All my champs are dead from Corino murder.
Yes, my lady. We have the most inspiring ship in the galaxy.
But we are
We got the big game
extremely close to that kind of hedge boom territory, if not already. I mean, if I had champs that survived, we'd be there. We'd be doing it. Couple of musketeers. We got a bunch of squires. What else am I missing? Was I just fully under the musketeers? Musketeer. I guess I was. I was very
Serve
musketeer
to the best
heavy.
of our capacity.
And you're still number 1 on hedge. Plus 16 a day. You are plus 37.
Our lives are yours.
At your command, my lady.
We just gotta get their army rebuilt before we get in any more trouble here. Did he blow up this one up here? He must have. That's why it's low. Did he get sent into the pits? He did go lay siege to my he's down to 325. He did lay siege to my garden up there.
We're honored to serve.
Armory is all good. Armory is good. Airfield is rebuilt. We've got the military factory up. I think there comes Harkonnens to cause trouble. Unless they're headed down.
We're eager for new
Yep, and there's
adventures.
Harkonnen problems.
Monument is moving.
Not a lot I can do about that without my army rebuilt. I've also now have the admin burden that is going to make it a little slower to finish up. We're just going to have to let it go. Let it go. Let it go. Yeah, I mean, fencers probably would be good against the drones, but I don't know, I'm trying to keep more of a generalist army comp here so that we could fight against the likes of the Harkonnens if needs be.
We have the most inspiring ship in the galaxy.
He's gone heavy gunners that are all pretty weakened, actually, because our missile turrets are chopping them up.
Time for an exhibition.
Trouble is I don't have any champions here, so it's like, how do I gain?
Chivalry commands.
Maybe we could just poke at him here? I don't even have this. I don't even have the poke because all my musketeers are gone.
We got the big game rifles.
And he's got his flagship here. I'd hate to take a bad fight with a Corino right there too. It would be troublesome.
We're eager for new adventures.
I'd hate to take a bad fight. Any other mercenaries around? Not really. And we got smugs down south. Crap. We gotta give up some territory. We gotta let it go. We can't get in a fight here with smugglers in our base. We will fly down on top of smugglers if we get a chance, though.
Ready for the hunt. We got the big game rifles. At your command, my lady.
Okay, everybody fly.
At your command, Archduchess.
Fly. And we're gonna drop some fog on them right when we land, and they will be pretty effed, I think. We've got Whitmore to harvest a little bit, but not exactly what we want. There's the fog.
Yes,
Battle.
my lady Archduchess. We'll be victorious.
They don't want to fight. They're running for their lives. I thought the fog worked even if I fought them first, but they're allowed to just run? Oh no, they canceled it. They canceled it with the comm jamming. I'm like, what's happened?
At your service. Yes, my lady Archduchess.
We still can't make it to champions for 3 more days.
We're
Just
honored to
punish
serve you.
the smugglers a bit. Oh, they're shooting Whitmore. Whitmore, run! Maybe we can get a treaty to save Whitmore's life. A treaty with everyone would be great. There's a lot going on here. Lots to do. Take the sanctuary that you will lose. Because that one will lose. Oh yeah, that's an interesting thought. I don't have anyone to take it with though. We're just going to lose that. We're just going to fall back in the pits because the Harkonnens are going to take a special and jump way ahead. They're at 21-9. Yeah, they'll be in a good spot if they take that. Speaker of the Council, War of Assassins, Landsrad support. I'm mostly pleased with what we've accomplished here. We need Whitmore to escape. The rest of our guys can just run in and keep causing trouble, I think. You're all expendable. Just go chop up some snipers. And we're going to try and pull down the Wraith with our Musketeers. Still waiting for people to think about things. Is there anything Musketeer that shoots air units? Less damage against flying units, or plus 40% more damage against flying units with less than 50 health. Maybe we'll do that. Because we might be fighting some flying units here. That's fine. Let's try it out. Let's try that out. In our main base, we're still sitting on a potential research center someday, but losing this means we're not in boom territory. Here we go. Speaker of the Council for the smugglers. Or we can order some Landsred Punishers or some Assassins. I think we most want Assassins for ourselves, just so that we could murder a couple enemy units. I guess we'll just sit on our influence for now, because we can't really win anything. Is it worth getting more money? I hardly care. Maybe I do care. I could see a future where I want to spam out what's the word? Mercenaries. Let's do it. It's fine. We got some Landsred Punishers. They put down Whitmore. We are gonna pull down the Wraith at least.
At your command.
Get effed.
We'll shoot them full of lead. We'll shoot them full of lead.
We will just be fighting guys, I guess.
We got the big game rifles.
You honor us, fair lady.
Okay, can we get out? Can we disengage without everybody dying?
My lady Archduchess.
Probably not.
An adventure to remember.
Ready for the hunt. What's the plan?
We have the most inspiring ship in the galaxy.
That'll be some sport. What's the plan?
Punish them a little bit for this.
Ready for the hunt.
Worms,
At your command, my lady.
run!
We're a beacon of light in the dark.
Is anyone coming in? No, just the Harkonnens doing their Harkonnen stuff. Will anyone survive?
Are loaded. Not
Yeah,
much
okay. We didn't get the
more
worm
in
on.
the
It's too bad. Could be worse. Could be worse. There's the trouble fighting with smugglers is they can snipe down your champions really easily. I could still boom. The trouble is I could boom about 4 or 5k, and we dropped back down to 21. So I kind of want to be able, like, if I could recap this, I would boom immediately. But I don't think I can. There was still the Corino ship right there. Like, they want trouble with me. And we are waiting to rebuild our army. Corino wants to trade with me. He wants a peace treaty to give me. Okay. Corino is my friend. As long as he's not, I go for Starka. Yes, Major. I help. Major. Roger. Let's boom out some mercenaries to fill out the ranks here.
What do you need? No one compares to Sardakar's elite of the Imperial.
Can we make a Sardaukar a champion? Wouldn't that be funny?
Eager for new
We can't make any champions for 14 days still? I thought it was 3 days, but then someone else died maybe?
Compares to Sardakar's. No time for chit-chat.
Let's knock out this airfield first.
We're honored to serve you.
Elite of the Imperium at your service.
Yes, my lady Archduchess.
And then we will pick up this missile turret next.
Yes. We're listening.
We'll give ourselves some supplies to work
Eager
with.
for new adventures.
What do you need?
He's
We're
coming.
honored to
He wants to
serve
fight about it.
We're Sardakar's. No. Elite of the Imperium at your service.
We're on a quest.
We're happy to fall back and use our missile turrets to help us out here.
Going. Orangus ain't that bad. On our way. We'll get them.
We'll show valor.
We will put in some mercenaries.
We're listening.
We're eager for new adventures.
More mercenaries, and we'll keep fighting.
Yes. We won't fail. We're listening. On it.
Well, we got airstrikes coming down from Corino to help out.
What do you need?
You love to see it.
Yes.
So I'll get on the Overlord, try and pull that down if we can. Alright, good. Thank you, friends. We need squires up like crazy.
I'm bound to you.
Got Whitmore blood.
We'll follow
Out and
the
about doing
path
his
of Our
thing.
Lady.
We're getting good damage on the Overlord. We might be able to bring that down. Anything else on me? Enemy very close to victory. Hedge and Harkonnens.
We're listening. Yes.
Boom, there's the Overlord down.
Word. What do you need? Understood. Yes. Engaging enemy's force. This planet is dreadful. Any way I can serve you, my
Still getting missile struck at least. Gotta get Whitmore out of there. Run, Whitmore!
service as long as
Damn.
you pay.
They've been very diligent about blowing Whitmore up this game.
Moving. Yes. Forward.
There must be a way to hunt down those worms.
Must be a way to hunt down those Harkonnens. What's going on? There's rebels in our bases fighting us.
At your service as long as you pay. What do you
Let's try and get this annex if we can. Where's we're out of supplies?
forward? Yes.
We're out of supplies. Dang.
We won't fail.
And our air.
Inspiration
We're
there.
gonna win that fight at least.
Are yours.
That one might be tough there. I don't know why there's still a Chronos sitting in my base. I don't love that in any way, shape, or form. We're gonna get our research center up because it looks like that's gonna be important.
Our lives
Are you getting hit anywhere else? Is anyone else sieging Harkonnen lands? Corino is climbing up high.
aimed.
We need Whitmore up. And we're gonna grab some mercenaries.
We're listening. On our way. We're here at your service as long as you pay.
We'll do our best.
Mercenaries.
We're here at your service as long as you pay. We're here. Forward.
Try and get rid of all these ranged units that are causing me so much grief.
We're listening.
Looks like Corino's in his back fighting him. Okay, if we get this annex, we might be able to boom. We might be able to boom in.
At your service as long
Although I don't know if there's enough Corino guys back there. Gonna send. Oh, that got
as you pay.
it got
What do
an
you
enemy base on it, so we can't really annex that one right away. And we got them coming up, them coming back for more. They don't want to lose this.
We're listening. What do you need? We'll
Keep this rally point right to the front lines. We got stink on us. We don't love the stink. Another. Didn't we blow that ship up? Is that a second ship he just built like immediately? I could swear we blew it up. Yeah, the monument's never in a useful place. Crap. It's gonna be tight. Gonna be tough and tight. An agent with a ghost ghost. Can we finish that up? Corino. I mean, if we get this annex, I think we can win. If we don't get the annex, it's gonna be real tricky. And it's gonna be tricky. We'll have another wave of squires coming out real soon here. We could still buy a lot of I don't know even what we're gonna research. We could still buy a lot of you know, the guys, what's the word? Mercenaries. We could buy a lot of mercenaries still. I feel like we could have this. Border defense is up, that's true. Governor, I don't care. I think the game's gonna end before Governor happens. In fact, I would love for the Harkonnens to get it. I would love for the Harkonnens to get Governor. Selling Chom shares grants extra authority. I don't know if I want that, because everybody could do some sort of boom off of it. Gosh, what do I want to do here? We'll try to... We're going to save some of our own authority, because maybe we can make some Lands Red Guards or something at the last second with it. Maybe we'll oppose this, because we're doing fine on authority. Yeah, I don't know. This guy up here, though, you're right. We'll bust up this thing and build a second missile base there. This guy down here could also use a missile base. It's going to be tough standing here for several more days in the midst of this stink. I'm going to say Harkonnens booming, even though that's not necessarily true. There's a big smuggler army sitting down there. I've got no idea what the Corino's doing. I'm not, he says. We've cast our votes. Harkonnens and Corino are still thinking, what do I need or care about back at base? Not really anything. We have 1 million house gifts that aren't really doing anything for us. There's still the Kronos sitting in my base, which is, you know, not the ideal spot for it. You lost Worm Nest? Oh, did Corino's up there? They must have taken that. You and Smugs have so much space and so much chome. It's true. Smugs and Harkonnens aren't to be trusted. Smugs do not look like they're doing any sort of boom right now. We just need to get this so that we could boom. But we've got the toxic vapors. Minus 30% health a day is a lot of health a day. I've got no choice but to just sit in it.
You honor us, fair lady. Our lives are yours, as fast as these feet can walk.
We're here. Yes, on our way.
Can you guys maybe walk away and go siege down these special places?
What do you need?
We'll obey your wish.
At your service.
Get on them.
As long as you pay. We're listening. On our way.
It's real tough. It's real tough to do.
As long as you pay. We're
Keep sending mercs in.
praying for it. Moving.
The ship is even more evocative in movement. They shall learn to stay humble.
We'll get them. We're listening. What do
Keep
you
the mercenaries coming. The mercenary spam's carrying us.
We'll get them.
Can we chop up this last guy to get him off the point?
Your service. As long as you pay.
We're out of money, aren't we? Squire spam.
What do you need?
There goes that thing. And they still got their spaceship up there. Come on, die, Executioner, already. Ooh, it's gonna be close. Am I getting nuked? Holy crap.
Go. On it. On our
Why am I getting nuked?
Yes. We'll get them. At your service. Yes.
Get back in the point. No, we're all dying to the nukes. Oh, that nuke is not very good for us. That must have been a Harkonnen one, right? Yep, Harkonnen's nuked. Okay. Oh, I don't know if we're gonna get the boom anymore. We're gonna be at 24. Yeah, ooh. That's a little tricky. It's a little tricky getting nuked. Kind of ruined things a bit. It was a really good nuke. I don't know what the smugs are doing. It's not clear. Harkonnens are climbing back up. I can't take this for 2 more days still. Yikes, 2 more days still. Gotta get some troops out as much as possible. He's rebuilding some stuff there. Harkonnens are Starka, and Starka is very good. Do that annex there. It's not gonna put me on the list. We might as well get it done. We do got a spice tax coming up. Boy, it's gonna be close. 1 more day. Let's get in here. Gotta get this fight going again.
We serve to the best of our capacity.
0.3 days and we could do this. It's got stink on it.
We'll follow the path of Our Lady. We'll obey your wish.
Got all that stuff annexed. We're coming up. We're coming to fight. Although we've got the Overlord picking on us now.
We're honored to serve you.
Mercenaries. It's full sell. If we're already kind of full selling, but we need to full sell even more. Let's get some.
Honorable knights at your service.
We're getting wrecked by this Overlord, unfortunately.
Yes. I'm bound to you, my lady.
Still winnable. It depends a lot on what other people are doing. If we get this annex, it's a win, I think. If we don't get this annex, ooh, I don't know. Maybe it's not even a win. I guess we're 26. We'll be 27. It'll be very close. It'll be terribly close if we can do it. After the spice tax, I don't know how much boom Corino has in him. Here's Whitmore. We're just standing in the stink, unfortunately. Let's keep the war banner over here, and we'll keep the other guys standing over there.
I'm glad to be of service.
We're eager for new adventures.
We've got just about a bunch of muskets up. Corino's up there fighting stuff. It looks like he's pulling him away. We can make a champion here. Let's run these guys back home. Maybe we could get a couple champions up and be ready to fight. Might be close. What's going on down south? Raiders coming in. No! The smugglers got it. Oh, man. Oh, that nuke ruined us. That must have been quite a smuggler boom. I didn't even see them at the top. It was Harkonnens and Corino both above them. Crap. Way she goes sometimes, boys. Yep, the smugglers definitely had that boom there at the end. I don't know why everyone had such a hard on for me there. Clearly the smugglers were doing very well. They cooked the most the whole game. Darn. Where's that hedge? You can see at the end everybody's going up. Regions, so they were at 9 regions, so they capped up to 12 regions right at the end. So they capped 3 regions and then probably built a research center and boom. And everyone just left them alone. Ay. And that's Siech's hegemony. I mean, yeah, poor Whitmore just got blasted every time he got in a fight. Yeah, GG Smugs. I thought they were worthy getting some hatred. I thought it was an unreasonable amount of aggro on the ECAS. I don't know why I had to fight off both Corino and the Harkonnens, and neither Corino or the Harkonnens fought the smugglers. But there we are. There we are. And it's not like the smugglers were being quiet either. They had super fast. They were cooking like 40 a day. If we look at command points, everyone stayed pretty close to each other actually. About what you'd expect. I had slightly more, but we didn't get any fights with anybody till way up here where we fought Corino, and we both lost about the same, mostly to worms. And then we had some big drops just because we were throwing away so many mercenaries. You could probably let's look at our Solari stocks. Solari production. I guess this is when I started buying mercenaries at 30k, and I spent $30,000 on mercenaries. Yeah, I definitely catch a little more aggro than most people do, but that's fine. I don't mind. I don't mind. It was GG. GG, boys. Who was that? Let's make sure we get these results reported. That was Springkorper on the Smugglers. Yeah, I mean, he had it pretty easy. I don't think anyone really fought him. So, it's easy to win when everyone picks on everybody else. So, look, Corino had 60,000 at the end. Smugglers are sitting at 47,000. Everyone's production, people were pretty wealthy for a lot of the game. I was actually keeping pace with the Harkonnens for a lot of it. Look at that big ECAS economy. And at the end, the smugglers started making a lot of cash, probably from just getting all their underworld headquarters online. Yeah, I mean, I was using Elika Fogs early. I used it on the Corino fight, which was helpful. I thought it, shut them down so they weren't really able to focus fire. The trouble was that we were on the sand, so worms ate everybody. And then I used it when we jumped on the smugglers, but they had a comm jam ready, so they used their comm jam, which sort of counters it and turns off all the other operations in the area. And then by that time, I had spent, several thousand intel, and I was just having trouble getting enough intel back. I kept needing to make supply drops because trying to take that territory from the Harkonnens with 0 water, I guess we had 13 water at the end, but was tricky. Yeah, tough fight. Yeah, it was a little strange. The smugglers were clearly in a very good position and nobody messed with them, which, did they ever even lose guys? Let's look at command points. Smugglers had a full army here, and it looks like they... Oh, this was me. This was me jumping on the smugglers. So I fought the smugglers here and killed them down to 30 CP. Then they rebuilt, and they never fought anyone else. They never lost... They lost like a couple guys here from something, but they never had a major battle with anyone the whole game. And there you go. That's how it happens. Hi, Nathan. I do play Fremen. I play everybody. We played actually full random here, and we got the ECAS. Could have easily been the Fremen, which would have been a whole different game. Boy, that nuke was so good though. It was ideal for him. Yeah, GG Corino. We should have picked on the smugglers. Nobody fought them the whole game. We were just about to capture that when it got nuked and really sort of set our plans back. So, if we had gotten that cap off, we would be 1.6 higher. No, we would be 1.6 plus 15%. So more like 1.8 higher, which would put us at 28, 29, 2, and then there would have been the other region that the renegades took right behind it, the former sanctuary. And if I could have capped that, I think that would have been a win. But the nuke stopped us from being able to take that, and then we didn't really have the army or the time to get back and cap that other sanctuary. So we were very close. I think we had options. We had chances there for sure, but it was a good nuke, and everybody left him alone. What faction do I feel is the most random friendly? Most random friendly is almost certainly Atreides, who have 4 super good counselors that could just be in any way, shape, or form. Most dangerous one to random is Corino, who absolutely need Urulon. I think Harkonnens could safely, you could random in anything and be fine too, for sure. Corino, if you get Urulon plus anyone is great. Then I feel pretty strongly about the Fremen ones. I feel pretty strongly about smugglers and about Vernius. ECAS you can get away with randoming pretty fine, I think. I didn't have any concern there. Ebo Vip is the superior counselor to have, but even without him, it's not that big of a deal. You can still play the hedge game without worrying about it. Gotta start aura switching the monument? I mean, I guess if I'm outnumbered, right? So if you aura switch it, it's minus... It's minus 50% attack speed, something like that? Oh yeah, we can even walk around the map after it's over with. So yeah, if we get this cap, then what we do is we grab our armor and we walk back, we blow up this renegades, and we do this cap, and then that would have been the win for us. But the nuke cost us like 10 days practically. We had to lose that cap entirely, walk back, wait for it to cool down, come back, fight for it. So that was tricky. And then, I mean, there was still two territories even that the smugglers had in their backpack that they didn't even grab. They didn't even take all their territory. They won with 2 uncapped lands. I blame Starka for not fighting smugglers. And also you, Talon Todd Salez, for flying Cronus's over my territory the whole game. Go fly over the smuggler territory and go send some troops into him. We could have been friends. No, GG, that went fine. I don't have any problems with that. I'm seeing winners trickle into the official Discord. Pod 1 is done with Isaac winning. What was Isaac on? Isaac would have won on smugglers. Pod 3, of course, was us with Springkorper on the smugglers, and Pod 2 was Inraki. Was Inraki in Pod 2? What did Inraki play? No, Inraki was in Pod 4 as the ECAS. What happened in Pod 2? Pod 2 should be Space Cowday, Igor Zis, and Horace Ra. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna wait for the pods to finish up, and then we will have folks stream their view in Discord, and then I will commentate on it this time around. Fun tourney so far. Hopefully someone streams the finals. Yes. Thanks for watching, everybody. I appreciate it. Appreciate all the help. There's lots to think about, and it's hard to think about it all when I'm trying to talk through it too. So the little hints of what I'm missing on my screen and what I should be remembering are always useful. Hark's on your borders, so you couldn't go over there. Harks were on everybody's borders. Yeah, I was feeling fine fighting the Harks until we got nuked. But yeah, I mean, the smugglers didn't appear to fight anybody. They attacked me at one point, and we flew in, we jumped on them, and they just ran away. And then they just boomed hedge and won. Sad times. Everyone picks on the poor ECAS. Poor ECAS. I sort of expected to be picked on more. When the Harkonnens broke their truce with me, I was like, okay, so, Corino's going to fly over there, and the smugglers will walk up from there, and there'll be all three armies in the middle, and they could just all walk together straight up to my base and kill me, as long as they've got enough supply drops to do that. It didn't happen, at least, so we didn't die, which is good news. A lot of ECAS games end in sudden death. If you could change one system mechanic to shake up the meta, what would that be? Oh, it's so tricky, right? The meta these days is hegemony. Boom and hedge. You could see, even if someone wanted to chome, it's a little different now since people are dead and gone, but we were, 80% of the chome shares were bought up in the lobby because this was a lobby of veterans who were good at making money and good at using their money, so everybody was able to buy up chome shares. Chome victories usually only work in really poor lobbies for whatever reason, but I mean, being poor is often, either you got a really bad spawn or you're just not as experienced and know how to sort of min-max your economy properly. So it's really tough to get to a chome victory. It's very counterable. Likewise, in the council, I don't know if maybe... I feel like if someone wins the governorship, I wouldn't allow you to support the governorship to make it come up again, right? Because the mechanic's already there that if you win governorship, loss of rights is going to come up. Unless you're the Speaker of the Council, but that's, a good thing. I feel like that should be intended counterplay. If someone gets Speaker of the Council and then gets Dune governorship, that should be locked in. I feel like they should be able to ride it out. You could still go kill that. You still have 30 days to go kill that person, right? They should be forced to defend themselves. But in the current scenario, you could be Speaker of the Council, you could win Dune governorship, and the rest of the lobby could just upvote the governorship charter, and it'll come up again the next council to be voted out. So it makes it practically impossible to win governorship with people who know what they're doing. Maybe they could speed up the rate of chome shares becoming available. Yeah, I wouldn't hate a little tweaks here or there. Maybe you could even just make chome shares cheaper by 10% across the board. All these numbers are 10% lower or something like that. And that would make it so that you could boom chome a little more. Maybe I wouldn't hate if the Ye Old Research Center was maybe got the hegemony taken off of it, or maybe altered so that it still gives you that hegemony boost, but it doesn't give you maybe it doesn't work on your region bonuses, so it's no longer a boom type mechanic. Maybe it's a little more predictable to see what's happening. You're not just counting on whether someone's built their research center or not at the end of the game. That would slow down hedge a little bit. I don't have any problem with craft workshops. I think if you see someone build a bunch of craft workshops and they're making 52 a day or 59 a day, you should go fight them and not just let them sit on that. Yeah, I wouldn't change hedge too much because you don't want the game to do. I mean, we went mid-month 10, which is pretty long. How long have we been doing this? What's our timer at? An hour, 2 hours almost for all this. So that was a long game. Long game. I think we're waiting on one more pod to finish up, which should be any minute now. And then we will jump onto a finals game. Governorship would be more powerful if influence gain was harder. Yeah, I think that's a fair take too. Maybe, I mean, influence you already kind of have to commit to, you know, unless you're the smugglers and you also get all your influence for free. Yeah, it's real tricky, and you don't want to nerf hedge, or it makes the games take way longer. And it's already sort of a problem that the games take so long. It definitely drives players away because it's tough to find 2 hours to play a game, and you don't want to be a leaver. There's nothing worse than a leaver. Couldn't have done it without your videos, Davak. Go forth and conquer, my son. GG Spragan. Spragan. I keep Springkorper is how I'm pronouncing it. That's what I'm going with. Springkorper. It's fun to say. If smugglers are in the game, it's basically impossible. Yeah, so smugglers get stacking plus influence when they pay their taxes. So as long as smugglers are paying their taxes, by the time they get to the end game, they're making like plus 30 influence. So it's really difficult to push the smugglers off of, or it's really difficult to get a governorship when the smugglers are around because they just have so much extra influence to throw around. It becomes easier if someone nukes and then loses all their votes, but yeah. Crazy game. We were the big political player there, funny enough. So we did have judge of the council, and I kept looking when I was trading stuff, like, should I get some guards and some judges? And guards and judges, as you know, are really good on the defense. The trouble was, after this got taken from us, in order to get it back, guards and judges would not have been useful there. They get big boosts. Judges are 50% more damage if they're inside your borders, so they're like this monster range unit. Guards are 50% less damage received inside your borders, so they're incredible tanks. But they don't get those bonuses, and they become very average or even below average outside of your borders, which was here when I was trying to take it back. So I never quite got to really use them, though it was in my brain. Let's see. We made good use of the mercenaries. They really let us contest this. So I was pleased with the mercenary usage. I was sad that Whitmore died so often, and I was sad that it was so hard to get any champions up and keep them alive. I was sad that the Imperial base dropped on my border. In another world, maybe he does like a very forward Imperial base drop here, which would give him a chance to sort of contest the middle and secure this spice field for him, in which case we could grab probably this territory for sure, and then we at least have some fuel cells to work with, and then maybe we could contest this in the end game, which would have been very different. That actually would have been ideal because this is so close to the border. If we had had this territory, I would absolutely do just like a little jaunt across the border. You could be right on top of him before he could get on top of you there, before he could respond to it. Yeah, that would have been great to be able to do that. Springkorper did not expect to advance, and he's going to be very tired in the office tomorrow. Sorry to hear that. I'm sorry about your success, buddy. It's too late to back out now. We don't know who would have won, so we don't have a replacement for you. We're sitting on a ton of house gifts, but it's like we would have needed someone to go out and grab them to get the money. A little more money would have been nice, because we were empty after buying all the mercenaries. But the influence hardly mattered, right? At the end, did we even get time? Time is still passing because we said keep playing. But that vote came up, and I don't think it for governorship, and the Harkonnens were the only one eligible, or whoever it was. Nobody got the governorship, and it didn't look like it was going to happen. Yep, fourth pod is still playing. We're waiting for them to finish up, and then we will move on to some grand finals here. Thanks for sticking around, guys. I know we got some downtime. Any more questions? I've got all the answers you could ever need. I've been practicing a lot of Vernius lately. I'm having fun with them. The last couple of Vernius games did not feel like suffering. They felt entertaining to me, so they're growing on me. Hoping to feel able to put together a Vernius guide for you in the not too distant future here. You know, the TLDR is Vernius is still very much the submarine faction, as Turin would call it. They gotta stay below the water and only surface at the very end when they're most able to make things happen. Also, that Overlord was so awful, right? How horrible is it to fight against Overlords? I hate those things. I would absolutely nerf an Overlord a little bit. Their normal stings, fighting them is fine, but their suicide protocols are just way too strong. I would cut that suicide damage in half or so on them. What are our other win conditions? Domination, right? Would it be better if bases were easier to kill? I don't know. I feel like when you get to the end game, two people together can definitely put on a hurt on a base. So it's definitely not hard to kill if you can get a 2v1 going. I wouldn't hate if there were more options to lower armor. That might make more sense. Might make it a little more viable. I guess my only problem is if you're beating someone up in the really early game, it's super hard to kill a base early game because the armor is just so prohibitive. You can't bust it without, actually expose defenses being up. Whatever that is. Not the exposed, the defense breaches is what I'm thinking. And in early game, you can never get 500 intel around. What's my most and least preferred factions to play as and play against? I've been playing everybody. Typically, my ECAs are probably my most played, maybe my favorite. I love playing the Fremen, but I don't think they're very good right now. They're super fun to play, though. Corino, it's almost impossible to have a bad time with Corino. They just do everything so well. They have a lot of fun. Harkonnens are super fun if everything is going well, but if things are going bad, Harkonnens don't feel good. Smugglers can kind of make things go well, even if they're doing bad, they're sort of always in it. Smugglers have a lot of success. So favorite factions to play, probably ECAS, probably Fremen. And playing against is anybody but Vernius. I hate playing against Vernius. I also guess I hate playing against smugglers too, now that you mention it. I don't like the sniper heavy armies. They're so annoying with the sort of kiting they can do. And even if they're not particularly good, if you get the jump on them, like when we jumped on this guy down here and we popped the fog on him, he was just about to be massacred and would have killed basically nothing, except he wisely had his comm jams ready to get rid of that fog so that he didn't lose control of his whole army. What do I feel would be a fair buff for Vernius? Just make their units stronger so they can fight better. In my testing and my playing last couple times, the Vernius units fight perfectly well. It's the EMP is a huge problem. I would blanket just remove EMP from the game. I don't think it serves a purpose anymore. In the old days, there were techs where like many patches ago, Corino would build like all of their flying units, the hammers, their little like fighter bomber ships, and those were incredibly strong. So EMP was a way to like hamper Corino if they went heavy into it. Also, ECAS used to spam build their war banners, which were super powerful fighters and incredibly tanky, and did like AoE damage. So the ECAS would have like an army of like 8 to 10 war banners, as many as they could possibly make, and that was like totally insurmountable unless you dropped an EMP on them. So it was kind of an interesting counterplay then. But then when they made Vernius, whose entire faction is mechanical stuff, the EMP just is like hard counters the whole faction, because there's not an option to really make an organic army. As funny as it is making like 36 Suboids, they just melt if they have to fight a real army. Any sort of AoE damage, they've got no armor, they've got no hit points on them. They get blown away. So you're forced to make mechanical units, and then there is this, this operation in the game that everybody has access to at only 200 intel that just totally ruins your army, right? Mechanical units suffer minus 50% power and minus 50% speed. I would just take EMP Bomb out of the game and replace it with something different. I would also probably make the Vernius military units cost less money. They're so expensive. I don't know why it's like 500. Let's go look. I don't know why it's so expensive. Word in the street is fourth pod is still playing. They are neck and neck right now, so hopefully they're finishing up soon. Let's load up a Vernius game here somewhere. Why oh why is it like 500 or 600 Solari to make a single Vernius unit? Fighting mechs are 400, railguns are 400, 500 for a resonance drone. I mean, and your basic army is, you know, I like usually 4 to 6 mechs and then like 4 to 6 railgun drones, 2 or 3 resonance drones. So you're already looking at like 15 guys that cost about 500 each. It's like, why? That's so much money. That's so much money. A normal military unit for most factions costs 40 manpower. 40 manpower, you get like 3 manpower for 20, what is it? You get 3 manpower for like 20 upkeep, or is it 16 upkeep? Maybe I've got upkeep reduction here. I think it's 20. So if 30 upkeep was 200, or 30 manpower is 200 upkeep, and 40 manpower would be like, what, 260. So basically, if you did a conversion, most people's units cost roughly 260 Solari to buy. You just got to convert it to manpower first. So why is it 400 to make a fighting mech? Like, fighting mechs are not that much better. They're basically just equivalent to other people's stuff. Yeah, and there's, I don't know, it just feels a little off to me. You've also, I feel like filing patents is more or less useless. People will defend it, but I don't know. You need 2 people to buy it up, and it only works if no one has researched that before you. And meanwhile, you're sort of incentivized to pick out green stuff first and then come back and get other things, I think. I don't know, filing patents doesn't work, but obfuscate is pretty cool. Pretty cool, very, very powerful. I forget to do it all the time, don't at me. But obfuscate definitely would have won me a game or two that I didn't win otherwise. You know, the previous game, for sure, the criticism was fair that I forgot to use it. I could have obfuscated valuable trinkets, which stopped everybody from making their craft workshops. And then I had superior authority generation, so I could have just capped more stuff than the people that were not yet murdered and won the game pretty easily on a hedge that way. Obfuscate you also see used sometimes. I'm not exactly sure. One of these spots here, maybe this bottom tier one removes people's command points. If you plan for it, so look, we're at 65 command points. If we obfuscate this, boom, we drop down to 55 command points. That gives us the command point deficit of minus 50% military power. So what you can do is you keep your army at 55 if you're expecting like big war, people coming in. Maybe if people are coming to like 2v1 you or something, you keep your army at 55, and then when they're not watching, you can pop up and you can obfuscate this, and they lose 10 command points, and now they're over their command limit, and they're probably not going to be aware of it. They're probably not going to watch it. Is it the parallel training one that you obfuscate? Is that for other people? I'd have to double check it, but one of these that you obfuscate and it screws other people's command points up. But if you throw them over their command points right as they're about to attack you, and suddenly they lose half of their military power, and then your army stomps on theirs even though you've only got 55 CP, that is super fun and super funny, and it really sort of tones down the military aggression of the whole lobby. If you obfuscate parallel training, everyone only has 2 training slots. But with faster Vernius production, you could win the attrition. It's true. You can make drones very quickly, especially once you get your... I'm thinking the fusion factory, right? Once you get your fusion plant up, minus 50% mechanical units recruitment time. So you can make guys pretty quick. 3 days is not lightning speed, but it's better than the alternative. Yeah, I don't know. Vernius needs a little love. I would definitely give them a bunch of little tweaks all over the place. It is very fun making a ton of knowledge and just flying through the tree. All right, we're just in. Ziz is the winner of Pod 2. Ziz, I know, is an old hand, has been around for a long time, played in a lot of tournaments. What was Ziz playing as? Harkonnens. All right, so we had a smuggler. We had 2 smuggler winners, a Harkonnen winner, and an ECAS winner from our pods. All right. So they will organize their final game. I think they'll probably do go through a picking phase where they're each allowed to pick a faction, especially since 2 of them played the same faction. They'll be allowed to pick other stuff. What's the delay to obfuscate another track? I think there's only 1 obfuscate. You don't get to do more. You get it only once, and it costs you 20 lands red standing to do. But after you've obfuscated something, you can't undo it. That's gone forever, and you can't do another one either. So you gotta choose wisely, right? It would be kind of funny if you could obfuscate multiple texts, right? I don't even hate that. You obfuscate over here, you obfuscate their countermeasures so they can no longer, resist assassinations. You obfuscate their spice silos so they can't make any money. One of the reasons I don't like playing Vernius is because Vernius can make games really miserable. If you're doing well and if you're cooking a lot of hedge, and Vernius obfuscates the valuable trinkets. They just added like 2 hours onto the game. It's pretty miserable. What faction do I feel is the strongest tournament faction right now? I think the general opinion amongst a lot of the hardcore community is right now Atreides is way, way too strong. For a lot of reasons. Mostly because they have this sort of... They're very good across the board at most things, and their power scaling just scales upwards a lot more as the game goes on. Even once their army's built out, it continues to even scale up higher as they get more Landsrad standing. Their army continues to scale up higher as they get more just experience on their troops. Their defenses are incredible once they have their green tech for their boosted militia, and God forbid they get border defenses and they could have 2 missile turrets in each of their territories that you have to burn through their gigantic militia. Ooh, yeah. People are very, very down on Atreides at the moment. And by down, I mean we'll kill them first if they just see them in the lobby. It's been a topic of some discussion in the Discord lately that maybe Atreides don't deserve that much hate, and then other people think that Atreides maybe deserve more hate than they're already getting. But I feel like they're just a tad overtuned in many, many, many different places. And the sum of that is that they're just really oppressive. And Peaceful Annex got buffed, kind of. When they changed it from 10 days down to 5 days, they made it better. Peaceful Annex really needs to be changed so that it can't work on devastated territory. So one thing that happens is if someone dies, all their territory becomes devastated, meaning like no one can recap it for 5 days. You can't start annexing it for 5 days or some amount of time, around 5 days. But for whatever reason, the Atreides peaceful annex ignores the devastated debuff, and you can immediately start peaceful annexing things. So if someone dies, the Atreides can start annexing their territory before anyone else even can, which is super powerful. And just the peaceful annex in general, being able to reach anywhere in the world at any time. I almost feel like they should make you at least have to have vision on it, right? If you wanted to annex territory deep in the back of the Harkonnen lands, you should have to fly a thopter there or something and keep vision on it, and then that would be some sort of indication that the Atreides are doing stuff in the back of your territory. There's no way for anyone to see peaceful annexes, so you can't even tell what the Atreides are doing until boom, 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 they've like grabbed 2 or 3 territories right at once. So there's no counterplay there, which is really frustrating. People used to be real down on Jessica in the past being able to force truces, but I haven't even seen her be that big a deal. She sucks if you're ECAS because you can't break those truces, but if you're anyone else at the end of the game, you just betray and you keep fighting. But I think probably the biggest problem for them is, I don't know if there's a biggest problem. Maybe the most complained about problem is that their militia are super tough, and if you can get up to border defenses and have 2 missile turrets blasting away at whoever the militia are fighting, it's just this nigh insurmountable defense. Like I've seen militia and missile turrets fight off entire armies, basically. It's so hard to deal with. All right, they are working through hosts. They are working through who's going to be which factions. Yeah, I wouldn't hate if Peaceful Annex was visible so that the rest of the lobby knows what's going on, at least. Strong agree. Strong agree, boys. I'm just letting people know. I will class the... Just letting them know I'll cast the finals point of view for anyone who streams in Discord. I know a Discord stream is a little bit haggard. I know sometimes it sort of like grays out, and it's not the best visual quality for us, but you know, it's what we got to do. We don't have a spectator option. We'll figure out the best we can. Even if Peaceful Annex was visible in the last 3 days, I mean, that would be something. I don't even have a problem if it was visible the whole time. Let the world know that you're peaceful annexing this territory. What's the big deal with that? It would still be strong. It's still cheaper than actually annexing it yourself. It still allows you to annex it without risking anything militarily. It still allows you to annex anything on the map, even when you're not there. It's still really strong, even if everyone could see you do it. You once used Corino's drones with extra range to blow up missile turrets while out of range. Yes, you could siege down missile turrets with Corino drones, but also it's like, that's so much time and effort for just like fighting a single village, right? You know, usually that sort of long-ranged siege warfare is maybe if you're next to their base and you want to try and siege their base down, but to have to go into that whole siege mode and wait who knows how long just to try and fight a single border region. Like, no, you don't have to do it with anyone else in the game. With anyone else in the game, you just march into their border region and you fight. They're trying to figure out which smuggler is gonna pick something different for the finals right now. Who is admin in this? Is it our boy Doghead, or is it Dr. Huey? I'm not entirely sure. Let me double check here. I think Doghead's handling it. Yeah, being able to annex the devastated regions is very broken. Yeah, there's just, I mean, all of the most broken things have been patched. There's just a lot of sort of mildly overpowered things in a wide array of places. So, honestly, the game's in a pretty decent place from a competitive standpoint, I think. But everyone's a little antsy for something new, something to mix stuff up. You can keep fire stacks on an enemy base with siege drones. Can you, though? Because I don't think siege drones apply fire to bases. At least they didn't in the last time that I tested them. Maybe we have a second to look at it ourselves. Let's take a look. You can get the update to give siege drones fire, but I don't think it works except on military units. I don't think it works on buildings. Okay, we've got a siege drone here. I think this is the fire ammunition, right? Deals burning damage to an enemy if you shoot him. Okay, let's go shoot an enemy with these guys. Who are we shooting? We'll just go shoot their main base here. This is a saved game, it doesn't matter. So the question is, do siege tanks apply burning to buildings? I don't think they apply it to main bases. We'll shoot main bases, then we'll shoot other buildings too, see if it applies any burning. Okay, so we'll take our incinerators and we'll send them off in the desert. We don't need them. We'll take our siege drones. Our one siege drone here. So if we betray these ECAs and we shoot at them, boom. Blasts coming in, no fire debuff on the main base. What if we just try and blast this masterpiece over here? Does a masterpiece... I don't think... No debuff on the masterpiece either. If we try and blast this squire... Boom. Burned a debuff on him. So it only works on units. It doesn't do anything against buildings or structures. You can keep it applied from your... Does it reset the debuff if your incinerators do it? Is that what you're saying? We already threw away our incinerators. Oh well. We won't be able to follow that all the way through. It keeps the stacks up if they're already up. Is that true? That's some real janky interactions there if that's true. It's possible. So if incinerators burn and put stacks up, then the drones shooting refresh the stacks but don't add to them? Who coded this? Okay, they are making a lobby. What do we got? Inraki is Ekaz. Isaac is Smugs. So Spring is going to be someone not Smugs, so we'll see. We'll give you some soothing lobby music to work through here. They are hosting the game right now. We're gonna get into the grand finals. Just a moment. Burning stays only while in combat. Does it fall off if you're in combat and no one applied burning to it though? I don't know. I think it's pretty minor. Just use incinerators to burn down main bases. That's all you gotta do. Keep the incinerators up. Oh, so the idea is shooting it with drones keeps it in combat, and they stay in combat. When they stay in combat, the burn stack stays on them. So if you're just shooting them from far away, they stay in combat so that, you know, you could come back and use those same stacks later on. Okay, I got it. Thank you for the clarity. Waiting on folks to host. Isaac springs this. All right, let's do a little magic here. We're gonna go black screen for a second while I figure some stuff out. Pop in here. And let's get a stream opened up and let's give it the old pop out and make sure we full screen it. Just give me a second to work through all of my stuff here, ladies and gentlemen, and then they are starting the game right now, so we will pop into the game in just a moment. And let me get a new source over here as well. Okay. Got a smuggler game going here, right? Let me know how this looks. It might be a little janky because we are streaming it off of Discord, but otherwise it should be functional. We've got what? Who are we on here? We're on Isaac's, I think? Yeah, we're on Isaac's point of view as he starts off with some smugglers. How are we looking, folks? Does that look okay? Can we work with this? No rumors about new factions. We talk about it amongst ourselves all the time, but we don't have any information at all about what might actually happen. Only silence in the sands. Ain't that the truth? How are things looking? Give me 1 second. I'm going to check it on another screen to see how the stream's looking. We're not missing anything. They're just grabbing their very first spice fields, figuring stuff out. All right, I think that's workable. You get gray screen when streaming Discord. Yeah, I mean, it looks fine on my screen. Is it gray on the stream? I don't have any idea why that's happening. It's very annoying. Hide stream members. All right. You guys may just have to deal with the gray screen. Sorry about that. Well, I will paint a picture with my words for you. So, we've got ourselves Isaac here, starting out with the smugglers. Did anyone watch or see what happened in Isaac's game? Do we know how he won? I assume with hegemony, but could be other ways. You never know. If we pop over to our boy Sprang here. So Sprang Sprang appears to be playing on an ultra-wide monitor. Good for you, Sprang. It's making it a little difficult to parse what's going on here, but he is doing his Corino thing. All is well and good. And then we can pop over and take a look at this on the Harkonnens. Hard at work, pillaging the natives. Looking good. Can I check out Fortune's Run sometimes later? I will take a look at it. What other stuff I've been looking at? I've been doing a little Mechabellum, which is like an auto battler kind of thing. That has been fun lately. I've been doing, just dabbling a little bit. Yeah, that Corino screen was wide as heck. I actually have myself an ultra-wide monitor. I have a 49-inch ultra-wide monitor, and it is gorgeous and beautiful and totally impossible to actually play games full screen on. So I always end up taking my games and knocking them down to like 1080p to make them actually playable. So I'm just playing them on a little window in the middle of this giant monitor. Ultra wides are fun to have and they look nice, but they're really not ideal for gaming. Wouldn't be my first recommendation. So it looks to me like we've got Harkonnens up top here, north middle-ish, led by this. I don't think we've got a view of our Ekaz friend, which would have been in Rocky. I don't think he's streaming for us at the moment. Hello, chat. Yeah, hello, viewers. We can, of course, pop over to Isaac, who is on the far west side, very safely nestled, deeply west against the wall. Nice deep set. Looks like we've got Ekaz down south. That would be Inraki. We don't have Inraki's view to stream, so we can't take a look at what he's got. This looks like pretty standard smuggler play. He's grabbed his spice field. He's grabbed his plascrete. Who's he got there? That looks like Tuik, and is that Stakhanov down there? Is that second one Stakhanov in the corner? It might be. Or is that Hara? I can't quite tell. I don't know I know the smuggler names. I can't think of their faces very well. Could be a Stakhanov. Could be a Tuik and a Stakhanov. So Tuik pays out just extra money basically for your underworld stuff that you get. And if that is Stakhanov, Stakhanov is the one that makes your isolated regions have more resource income and take twice as long to siege down. Mechabellum is neat. Mechabellum is neat. I like it. What's your favorite Mechabellum unit so far? Oh, that's an interesting question. Heliomane's in the chat. How you doing, Helio? Tourney's been good. We got picked on as Ekaz. We were in the running there. I think we could have had it, but we got nuked. And then the smugglers ran away with it because nobody was fighting or nuking them. Happy to have you with us, brother. Yeah, Mechabellum is fun. I'd recommend people check it out. I think it's reasonably cheap. It's maybe like $20 or something. It's like an auto battler where you kind of set up your units and you just sort of let them fight. So you can sort of play it very kind of like very relaxed, leaning back, not worrying about it too much. But anyways, back to our stream here. Let's check out Ziz up here. Ziz looks like he's got a very interesting counselors here. He's playing Peter, and who is very off meta at the moment. And then who's that guy? Uma, is it maybe? He's the guy who gives you extra manpower and makes if you use operation in a region, you get extra armor. So he's a slightly more fighty kind of counselor. But those would probably be the last two counselors I would pick for the Harkonnens, but what do I know? Ziz is probably a better Harkonnen than I am. And I'm a pretty decent Harkonnen. He is rocking 1 trooper and 3 Cerberus. That is interesting. I think you would do that if you were a very micro-heavy Sweatlord. Cerberuses are high DPS but super low HP. So as long as you're careful and you make sure your trooper grabs the aggro, and then the Cerberuses could come in and DPS down the other stuff really quickly after that. You just can't let them get hit or they'll die. How would the game look if you could build multiple nuke silos? Probably not a whole lot different. Nukes are still fairly rare. You don't see a lot of them thrown around. I always appreciate when a nuke does get thrown around, but it's the penalties for nuking are so large that if you do so, it kind of, it puts you out of the game politically. It puts you out of the game economically. Your only chance is sort of a hedge victory after that. So typically you won't see Smug's Well of Riches. Maybe you can contest him. So ECAS are sending information across the pond to the Harkonnens, telling them to pick on the Smugs. We'll see. Ziz not committing to anything. Yeah, using the old family atomics is exceedingly rare. If you're sort of playing for the lulls, you're just kind of doing a little meme build and you're just having some funs, you might toss out nukes just to sort of see what happens, because they certainly do create some chaos. We've seen, it's rare, but we've seen a couple of players die to if you nuke someone, you go into the pariah standing, and if you're in pariah standing, every X amount of days, I don't even know what it is, the Landsrad sends an army to come fight your base. So they just appear behind your base and they start attacking your main base. And it used to be totally ignorable, but now it's they buffed them, so it's enough that if they send 2 or 3 Landsrad armies over time, eventually they will kill your base if you're not paying attention to them. So I've seen people die because they nuked early in the game or were just in the pariah pits for some reason, from a betrayal maybe or something. 20 days, says Peace Walker. Maybe every 20 days, every Landsrad council, they send a new army. I've seen people die because the Landsrad have killed them, which is hilarious. Let's pop over to our ultra-wide boy, Sprang over here. We even get a little audio from Sprang, too. That's nice. He is in the far east here. He's got himself some knowledge, some fat. Oh, he's got a great pick up there. That is the Imperial Observatory, right? That pays out for your knowledge. And then I just saw when he clicked through it, he's got the quirk on it that lets you build extra research hubs on it. That's going to be a gold mine for him. We were just talking about that in the previous game. That's one of my favorite combos in the whole game, is having the Imperial Research Station and the ability to build extra knowledge bases on it. I'm pretty sure that's what it is, that little honeycomb looking village quirk there. Almost certain. I think it's bonus knowledge income from it, and then the ability to build extra ones there. So if he wants to, and because it's adjacent to his base, he could get an extra quirk from it just being adjacent. He could easily build 4 or 5 research centers there and just profit and cackle. He does have a somewhat more centrally located base, though. He's just a stone's throw off of that polar sink there. Wouldn't be too hard to get to him. I guess he's a little bit more deep set. He's got a lot of cliffs around him, so maybe it's not as vulnerable a main base as you might otherwise think. He's clearly got a second spice up there near the middle that he could grab, so that looks good. He's eyeballing that southern special region. You'd really love to have 3 special regions for just about everybody. All in all, I mean, just on the strength of that Imperial Research Station with the research quirk on it, I feel like Corino's probably going to be in a good spot. And the other benefit of that Imperial Research Station is you can get it going so quickly. You don't need any particular tech. There are techs you can get that'll help speed things along, but you can just invest in it really early and just have crazy knowledge, crazy income. We can see he's just spending his money on Chom, actually, because he's feeling very, very bullish. 7% up to 9%. Yeah, he's feeling good about his income, so he is buying the chill market, looking good.
We are listening, Majesty.
Is Iakin even good? Yeah, Iakin's fine. He's fine. He's totally playable, totally usable. That's I'm not crazy. That is the alternate hero, right? Iakin, who is more of an executioner kind of hero rather than Raban. Raban gives you extra militia, right? I'm a little fuzzy. It's been a day or two since I played the Harkonnens. It's just that Glossu is universally good. Yeah, the typical pickup is Raban as your hero because he's sort of widely applicable across your whole empire. Iakin, I think, is a little more maybe aggression based. I think you can use him as more of a fighter. I think he can potentially be a lot more of a boost for your army. He gives you extra attack speed for every operation you use in the region, and the Harkonnens are already a operation heavy user, so they're usually happy to throw down at least 3, maybe more operations in a region, and then you could really benefit from that army-wide attack speed you get from Iakin. I don't even know if that's how you say his name. Iakin? Iakin? Something like that. Yeah, I've played him before. He's totally solid. You could pick him. Harkonnens, everything the Harkonnens have is totally solid. The only thing that really holds the Harkonnens back is no easy access to craft workshops. Their craft workshops are pushed down to tier 4. Did Hark pick it or get it? Hark, yeah, he picked Harks. Ziz picked Harks. The only difference was between Isaac and Spreng. They were both smugglers in their first games. Iakin, maybe. Spreng lost the random rather and got pushed back onto Corino. But he will be just fine because he's got himself a fancy start here. I hope he'll be fine. I'm cheering for Spreng because he beat me, so he's who I want to win. Biased cast. Meanwhile, over at Isaac, he's just doing the smuggler things. He's got himself a fat blob of snipers. And he's marching around and burning down everything he could get his greedy little smuggler fingers on. Look, I wish we had a stream of our ECAS friend, because we could see him pretty far out there. Is he fast expanding forward? And what is that Harkonnen trooper doing walking over there? Is Ziz doing stuff? Can Ziz see what the ECAS is up to? He must have sent that trooper out to grab something far out of his lands, because he just had a weird trooper out in the middle of the desert die of water. You think Harkonnens are one of the most skillful factions to play? That's an interesting thought of who requires skill to play properly. The Harkonnens are almost certainly one of the busiest factions. There's a lot to do. You've got I think it's fair to say that they're a skill-intensive faction because there's so much you've got to be doing at all times. Compared to the likes of the Atreides, who can very, very quietly sit back. They don't have to pillage anything. They don't even have to walk out and annex things. They could peacefully annex stuff. So it's a much slower level of play. The Harkonnens, meanwhile, before you get your auto oppression up, you've got to manually oppress things. You've got to run around. You've got to be pillaging everything you can get your hands on. You've got to make sure you're balancing your economy so that you don't run out of your manpower. The Harkonnens are definitely a very busy faction. A lot of work to play. Al says Vern. Vern is a pretty skill. I would say Vern is a skill-heavy faction largely because it requires you to know all of the other factions in the game. Excuse me. You can't play Vern well unless you know everything everyone else is doing. Bit of a frog in the throat here. Excuse me. Let's try again. You can't play Vernius unless you know what everyone else can do. You need to know, what other people are picking up for their tech. You need to know what other people are pushing for their win conditions and things. You need to know, how much you might be able to push militarily before you get EMP'd and murdered. You can kind of play around EMPs if you take your engagements right on the borders of territory, because you might be able to walk into another territory, walk out of the EMP and keep fighting, something like that. But yeah, I agree. Vernius is definitely trickier because there's a huge burden of knowledge you need to play properly. The actual, momentary play-by-play of Vernius is pretty simple. Just micro your suboids so that they don't get murdered by militia. It is a bit of planning, though, because you do got to plan out your purple line. I'll agree. Vernius takes a little bit extra. ECAS, really the only thing going extra for ECAS is they need to sort of plan out their sanctuaries and their expansion, and they need to try not to get murdered by the lobby when they fly too close to the sun. Atreides are pretty chill. I agree Corino is fairly chill. If we pop over and we look at our Corino friend, he's just hanging out. I mean, Corino is chill because they don't have very much authority, so they can't go out and take a lot of things on the map. So they just kind of sit and wait for that stuff to build up. So he's got Urulon and Fenring, just as one might expect. It looks like he's still doing a fine job of maintaining plenty of money. I'd like to see him build out that knowledge base more. It's just sort of sitting there unused, and he's got the plascrete for it. If I were him, I would have beeline to fill that thing out ASAP right away. Corino also really hungry on knowledge. There's a lot of tech Corino wants right away, and they don't have a lot of good ways to get extra knowledge either, because they don't have access to lay of the land, and they don't really have that much territory to take advantage of it, even if they did. Interesting tech tree. He looks like he's pushing hard economically. Curious. He's looking into the greens. He's checking around. Yeah, I don't know what I think about this Corino play now. I think he's got some interesting lands to work with. Fenring, my boy. Yes, Fenring is love. I love Fenring. He's so much fun. Even if you're doing nothing else in the game, if your Corino playstyle is very passive, you're just sitting and chilling, it is always entertaining to reach out and steal points of interest from other people's bases around the map. That is always a good time. I love it. Love it. All right, well, let's switch out of this ultra-wide view. It's breaking my eyeballs. Let's see what our boy Isaac is doing. We can only sort of infer what's going on down south by Inraki. Okay, Isaac's giving us some vision of him at least. There's a well of riches down there, but no one's taken it. It looks like Isaac might be laying claim to this extra spice. He just queued up siege incentives, which is interesting. I don't know that I would put a high emphasis on siege incentives come month 2. Okay, he unclicked it. He's opting to go back into the blue stuff. He doesn't know what he's doing. He just unclicked all that too. Isaac's very uncertain about what's going on here. He is, however, running a deep deficit right now. He's selling 60% and he's still negative 111. So he needs to be pillaging as fast as possible just to keep the lights on, and he still might not make it. The chome rate's fine. I don't know. It looks like economically he may have over-invested in this military or in something somewhere, because he's losing money as fast as he can make it here. Poor smugglers for now. Let's hope that they can turn that around. They are running very, very thin margins. He's doing his best to pillage. The trouble is he's losing 115 a day, and he's getting like 500 or 600 from pillaging. He's only just barely beating his daily loss with his pillaging. If anyone interrupted him, he would just go broke immediately. It looks like he is peaced with the Baron. Interesting. What's Ziz the Baron up to up here? Baron is pushed out towards the middle to lay claim to that special. That looks like... Oh, is that Mount Idaho or is that the Great Volcano? I think it's Mount Idaho. Yeah, probably. Probably a Mount Idaho that he's laid claim to. This is a pretty aggressive one. He's got a sizable army there, although mostly because 4 of those are mercenaries that he's required. There's two Fremens and 2 smugglers in that army, interestingly. And he's still only at 1 trooper. He is headed straight down towards Harkonnen craft workshops. And I would say that the land that the Harkonnens have to work with is looking a little barren. A little barren, eh? You get it? It's looking a little barren up there. I guess he's got another spice above him, so he could be on 3 spice. But other than that, he doesn't have a whole lot to work with. That's a special region there. He's got just 2 special regions, 3 spice. And then he's sort of boxed in on the west end. He can't go any further west. The smugglers have already pushed him there. He can't really go any further south. He's already butting into Corino. He's got to try and grab some of this northeastern territory before Corino decides that he'd like to drop a base up there. And I do see would be a good spot for a base too. There's an acid lakes over there in the backfield. We can see the great volcano in the backfield of Corino as well. Looks like, again, really solid terrain for Corino to work with. If he's able to expand like he ought to, there's some really great stuff behind him there too. Let's go take a look at Spring. What's he up to? He's taking the wide view. He's looking around. He has by far the smallest army. He is at peace with both of his neighbors, though. Only at war with the smugglers, and the smugglers don't got the time or the money to walk over and give him any trouble, so he's got peace with his neighbors. He needs to focus on expansion, I think. He's focusing on chome buying. Straight up to crew training program, picking up chome manipulation. I would put a little more emphasis on going towards outpost logistics at this point, I think. He's got so much good terrain around him, especially because he's kind of a more forward spawn, or at least took a lot of that forward territory early. He's got a lot of his back territory that he still needs to get. I think he definitely wants more authority production here. He's got the most votes. Hopefully he gives himself... Yep, he is. Good. Good boy, Sprang. Give yourself that Imperial propaganda. Super useful for Corino, who always sort of falls a little behind. They don't have really any mechanisms to pull in extra authority, so they're always very, very happy to find authority-based points of interest. They're very, very happy for the likes of some Imperial propaganda to pay him out a little extra authority, for sure. Looks like he's messaging with Inraki, but the text is so small I couldn't see what it said. Oh, the smugglers colluded with the Harkonnens to give the Harkonnens authority over Corino. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? That's a loss for Corino for sure. They dumped all of their leading influence into that, and they didn't win it. That'll slow them down a little bit. I don't hate that. I think that was a solid play for smugglers. I don't think the smugglers really even could have known how well Corino could potentially be doing. He's solved some of his money problems. He's down to -40, so he's gotten a little more constant income. It looks like he's managed to stay in the green, despite being in the red. He's got money on hand. He's just still deep in. He's got a lot of debts he's got to pay though. It's more going out than in, but he's pillaging a lot. There's a bunch of spice fields by him. He's on 4 spice already, and there's one that he hasn't even taken. This could very easily be 5 spice smugglers. What a greedy boy. That down south one he took was probably more properly an ECAS one. There's the one right in the middle there that he hasn't capped, and he's sitting on 4 already. Wow. So he could eventually be a very rich smuggler, but right now he's still quite poor. He's pulling in a $1.26 of spice a day. If we take a look at our Harkonnen friends up north, they're pulling in 129, so very close. He's on 2 spice, pulling in as much as the smugglers are pulling in on 4 spice. But we can see he's got 4 crew on his harvesters, so he's gone straight up to crew training program as well. And if we take a look at Sprang, if we squint really closely, Sprang is making 32 spice a day. That is not very much. Okay, one of his harvesters was off duty. up to 78, but still a fair bit behind everyone else. I would say they've got a lot of nice terrain, but he needs a third spice field for sure. He's making bank. He's still making a ton of money off of his special region, or not the special region, just the rare elements right next to his base is feeding him 60 some. He needs to take advantage of that one right above him. Why aren't you building more research bases on your research base? I don't know if he just hasn't quite realized the quirk combo he's got there yet. He could be taking huge advantage of that. He's got access to a lot of good specials. He's going to have all the fuel cells he could ever want, but spice might be a problem. I guess spice is only a problem if you're not making money other ways, and Corino's pulling money out of the very stones down there anyways. Oh no, now he's looking good. Up to 100 something. I don't know why he was so low before. I think he just filled out his harvesters while he was doing that. Looks like the smugglers are pillaging Ekaz lands there. They pillaged the middle, and now we can see them pillaging down south there. Oh no, they're not pillaging, they're liberating. Oh, that is a strangely aggressive play. What is going on with our boy Inraki down south? He's the only one I don't have a point of view to switch to take a look at, so we can only kind of intuit what's going on. He's mentioning that the smugglers are attacking him in chat, and the smugglers agree they are. Let's pop back over and take a look at this is Isaac on the smugglers. Just plunder it, mate. What are you getting out of this? Inraki's trying to convince him just to plunder it and not to liberate it. That's fair. I don't know what the smugglers are getting out of liberating it either. I think if the Ekaz had any sort of army, they could really put the hurt on him, because the smugglers are entirely out of supplies there. If you pulled them out of the little siege circle, they would all die. But we don't know what kind of army Ekaz. Maybe Ekaz already lost their army in a skirmish. Maybe they're way out of position and they can't get up there. Smugglers went 2 blue, or 2 red right off the bat. Very interesting. Very interesting. A lot of folks doing things that would not be what I would normally do. Smugglers setting up underworld headquarters over in the Harkonnen lands. Clearly feeling perfectly comfortable sitting in Ekaz territory with 2.8 water and 0 supplies. Is there anything I'd want to bring back from the early Spice Wars before updates? I feel like in the early Spice Wars, at least you saw people used hammers. If you were Corino, the flying ships. It is a little sad that no one uses any of the little spaceships ever for any reason. I would like to see those buffed up so that they saw a little more play. I'd like it if they were at least viable as like a little harassing force or something like that. A little more ship play would be nice. So many of the ship... He's going to struggle. These guys are not going to have enough water to even get home. They're all going to die in the desert. They're all going to die. Oh no. Isaac. He disbanded them all. Do you get a refund if you disband them, or did he just want to get rid of them all? Anyways. Okay, so our boy Isaac, now he drowned. Inraki's calling it out in real time to the lobby. So our boy Isaac was feeling rather aggressive, got in a bit over his head there, pillaged the center, went and liberated some Ekaz territory, having Ekaz shout bloody murder to the lobby. And then the whole smuggler army died to thirst in the desert before they could get back home. And Raki's calling for the smugglers to the Harkonnens to punish the smugglers, but they've got a peace treaty and the Harkonnens are busy. I don't think there's anyone really in position to punish them. You should punish them, Ekaz. Don't you have any troops? Go take that southern spice field. It's yours. It's yours for the taking. It probably should have been rightfully yours. But he's got the manpower, so Isaac can slowly rebuild. 2 training slots at a time is going to go slowly. But we all saw it, Isaac. You delved too greedily and too deep into the sand with only 2.6 water. Though you're up to 2.8, though. It's going up. It's going in the right direction, my man. All right, let's see. Let's check in on our Harkonnen friends here. What are they up to? They are in the midst of some Landsrad. They're waiting for stuff to resolve. They have a very chunky army. They're sitting at 64 CP. He could almost literally like walk in and kill the smuggler base right now if he wanted to. He's got supply drop prepped. He's got enough intel for more. He could go just burn the smugglers to the ground, and there is not a dang thing they could do about it with 2 units and only 2 training slots. He's still colluding though to put some stink on Corino. Looked like nobody was much in Chom shares. I saw Corino at 10%. Oh, the Trial of the Great Houses got put on the smugglers. Probably some spite from the ECAS there is what I would guess. Interesting. Tell you what, boys, I think we got a little bit of time to wait and see before anything too exciting happens. I am going to run off real quick to refresh my drink. Be back in like 30 seconds. Enjoy this Harkonnen gameplay while I'm out. All right, we're back. I see the Harkonnens have used their gigantic army to be hard at work, pillaging neutral villages. All right, nobody going out on a limb here. Heliomanes will buy Ziz a beer if he goes for the Hark triple base kill. The people demand blood. I know, the people do demand blood, and all too often we have people are too passive in these finals. You just need to go for it. Just turn it on. The smugglers have rebuilt their army up to a massive 8 units. They've got a couple of Landsrad guards helping them out with things. What are the ECAS doing? Why didn't they rebuild an army and go fight go at least try and contest that smuggler southern spice field? And why don't the smugglers want their 5th spice? They've got 4 already. Wouldn't 5 be even better? He's just doing his standard smuggler things, doing his pillaging. There I can see an ECAS army to the east. Looks like they're marching up. Oh, no, we're losing vision of it. Looks like a couple of Landsrad guards and a whole bunch of musketeers, which is an interesting army comp to work with. 5 musketeers, 3 Landsrad guards, 1 squire. Okay, well, that's small enough that I guess he probably couldn't have messed with the smugglers too much. Maybe he got devastated early on in a scuffle there, or worm struck. Who knows what other kinds of But, oh, look at this. Look at this. The foul smugglers, Isaac, is using the opportunity of the ECAS army being out of position to poke into the ECAS back line. ECAS are annexing the polar sink, which I think is a good idea. I think you can get away with it. Oh, he's liberating. Oh, he's being... This is a rude man. A rude man to liberate these lands. I mean, I could even see... I could see a pillage or two. He's liberating both of them. Oh my goodness. That's so aggressive. That's blood feud territory. If you're me, I mean, the people wanted blood, right? But if I was ECAS, oh, I would be hot. Hot and angry. ECAS are coming down. We're going to see a fight for it. And he's got to watch out because he is low on supplies. And those Landsrad guards are going to pay dividends for the ECAS, and they're not going to do any favors to the smugglers in this territory. I think you go for it. Try and poke at him, ECAS. Try and get him out of the territory, out of the supplies. He is okay. He is poking. He is poking. I like that. Of course, the snipers are a better poke. But just go in. Just go in. Get those Landsrad guards in there. They could tank like a boss. Just make them fight out in the desert. I mean, I think that the smugglers clearly have the stronger army there, but he's not in a good position. ECAS maybe are waiting for some reinforcements. Okay, there's a guy. Oh, there's a hero. Whitmore Blood's out. Can Whitmore single-handedly turn the tide? He's going in. He's leading the way. I don't know if you want him... Okay, good. I was going to say, I don't know if you want him actually leading the way. Oh no, it actually looks like the ECAS are sort of afraid to commit and are getting chopped up, or maybe just getting chopped up even though they did a bit of committing. Nice micro from Isaac, focusing down all of the muskets. Iraqi's micro was maybe a little less good. He was stuck chasing troops while those snipers feasted, and now he's on the proper targets. Now he's picking off the snipers. He should have been on them right from the beginning because there's not a lot they can do to defend themselves. More snipers coming in. He's trying to kite out into the desolation, which is, I think I like that. That's interesting play. But look, I mean, now the smugglers can't even kill these guys that are left. You stop the snipers, and then there's nothing the smugglers can even do about it. Can Whitmore run away? He's getting shot at by a handful of guys here, but at least 2 of those snipers are also going to be chopped down again, and we've got ourselves a Landsrad. The people demanded blood, and Isaac delivered. I thought he'd go and start a proper blood feud with the ECAS there. Not too bad. I think with a little extra better target priority there, the ECAS might have been able to burn down the smuggler army a little better. They were focusing on getting rid of the Free Company. But the Free Company still had enough time to burn through all of the ECAS musketeers. I think they might have been even better served if they had focused on just jumping straight onto the snipers, just trading their range for the other ranged and just letting it fight out. Iraqi private messaging Isaac saying, "What are you doing?" I'm not entirely sure what he's doing either. It's not. His economy's in a good place, so he's doing fine. He's hard selling into a really excellent Chom rate. And Rocky says we're both out of the game at this rate, and he's not wrong. This is an unusual amount of aggression for the smugglers. I mean, I'd give it to you if the smugglers were able to absolutely bully him and just crush him. But the smugglers have been taking horrible losses doing this, right? Isaac lost his whole army up top when he just liberated one territory for no particular reason. It's not like the ECAS are, we're in month 4. ECAS are probably less than 10K. It's not like they're, this existential threat right now. Isaac's going to lose this. He's killed all of the ECAS, but he's going to lose all of his army too anyways. I think you're fine. Just keep your guys fighting here. As soon as any sort of reinforcements show up, you'll be able to chase them off here, Iraqi, my man. But yeah, why is Isaac committing all of his time? And for the smugglers, time is money. Because this is time that this army could be marching around. And of course, squires are these unimaginable tanks. There's no world where the smuggler, what are their guys called? They're not wreckers, smugglers, scavengers. There's no world where a scavenger beats a squire. Here's a couple of more snipers to come help. Squires are one of the very best baseline troopers, maybe only eclipsed by the actual Atreides troopers. Squires are awesome, super tanky. But now there's 4 snipers here, which are going to swing it back. But again, why? Why are you doing this? You lost your chance to cap. You've killed a bunch of territory. Now he's pillaging. Nope, he's liberating. I don't know. Isaac just really hates in Rocky for some reason, and you know, sometimes that's a thing. Sometimes you really hate some guy, but it doesn't make any sense to me to be throwing so much time and money and resources into the ECAS when they're obviously already crippled. They've got no troops. I mean, the smugglers are winning these fights, but it's like, why are they? Let's take a look around, see what other people are up to. Smugglers look. Smugglers have won this decisively at the bottom. They'll get at least this first decap, and they're shooting a bunch of buildings too, just to be a jerk. If we take a look at Spreng over here, he's got a nice storm coming in on the ultra wide here. He's expanding a little bit. I'd like to see more expansion. It looks like the expansion has been from the Harkonnens. Like I said, they really wanted to take those northeastern ones before... Oh, and there he's coming too. Oh, Ziz is looking good, folks. He is doing exactly what I wanted him to do. He's boxed in on his southern and his western side, so he is hard expanded to the far east, laying claim to specials, laying claim to spice fields that were by no means his to claim. Look how far away from his base that is, miles and miles out. He's got a big chonkin army, so the Corino can't really contest this. Corino probably wanted to base drop a lot earlier. A lot earlier. Yeah, this Harkonnen army will be able to handle anything that Corino can throw at it for the foreseeable future here. This is still largely a conscript army. He did opt, I can see Arasham for him. Only one Sardaukar up for now. He's only on 45 CP, which is again probably a mistake, seeing as the Harkonnens have been on 65 CP for a month or more now. Is a third of the window missing? It is when we look at Corino. What if we look at Ziz? How does it look? There could be some weird... I mean, we're popping through different resolutions being streamed by different players. While I am constantly giving you the same resolutions, yeah, it looks a little bit better on the Harkonnens. Yeah. Trying to monkey with it, seeing if I can get it looking any better. So we are streaming off of a Discord here. Yeah, that's a little bit better. Yeah, we could work with that, I think. We are streaming people, so the players are live streaming in Discord, and then we are live streaming us viewing their various streams and things. So it's a little janky. We're doing what we can with it. But I gotta say, from what I see right now, Harkonnens are hard in the lead. Ziz, like I mentioned before, is a very seasoned tournament player, a very old hand, has been around for a long time, been playing a lot of competitive, and he looks like he's in a good spot here. I think he's maybe starting to get Craft Workshop. I see him at +8, and I know he was teching hard for it. Maybe the Craft Workshops are starting to come up. He's only got, so yeah, he's got he's at least 3 specials now that he's stolen the Eastern one from Corino. I think Corino is a little bit in trouble from not expanding aggressively enough. And it's not easy to do as Corino. You sort of got to have a good spot for your base, and you need to have that line up sooner rather than later. Spreng over here, kind of eyeballing different stuff. So we are getting a base drop. We're getting a southern base drop from Corino. They have dropped way south, adjacent to the ECAS Southern Territory. Oh, ECAS cannot catch a break here. Our poor boy in Rocky is just getting kicked around from all sides. Let's take a look back at Isaac. What is Isaac up to? So it looks like he finished liberating that Southern Territory for some reason and then left. Nice one. I didn't get to see what that text was. So there's some messaging back and forth. Isaac's economy looks like he's doing fine. He's grabbed his well of riches up there. He's got his army largely rebuilt. He's back up to 55 CP here. I feel like the Harkonnens are in a really dominant position. ECAS are crippled. They're just not going to have enough space to expand, and they don't look like they have a whole lot going for them. I think they're on like 2 spice maybe. It's hard to see unless someone else sort of mouses over their territory to look at it. No Arrakis butchers on Hark yet. Is that true? I can't even imagine a world where you wouldn't pick up Arrakis butchers. Maybe he's not oppressing stuff very much. He's just going for full like military expansion here. Doing a lot of pillaging. He's got his army split up and he's pillaging multiple territories at once. He's making pretty decent money, or pretty decent spice, 195. Okay, I guess he's up to 4 spice, so 4 spice Harkonnens could be making even a lot more spice than that if they really wanted to. So he's not doing the econ Harkonnen thing. He's a bit more of an expansionist fighty Harkonnen here. Which, funny enough, I think the rest of the lobby is actually sort of surprisingly poor. I think you could have chomed up quite a bit. I think you could have hit 30%. On 4 spice, you could hit 30% without even trying if you had leaned into a little bit of early econ. He did, though. He did get those 4 crews up on the harvesters. I feel like maybe he's just not oppressing them very much. There's very little infrastructure built. A lot of his villages are at 2 or only 3 buildings. Harkonnen's got some military stink put on him from the Corino, courtesy of them. I don't think it would be wise for Corino to actually fight him at this point in time. If we pop back and look at Spreng, he's still 45 of 45. Yep, he doesn't have the military tech up. And he has not built out... I'm not crazy, right? He could be building like 1, 2, 3... He could be building at least 4 knowledge bases here on that lab. Spreng, you're killing me. You've got a great combination of bonus research centers and bonus money for building research centers. Just build some gosh dang research centers there. Please. Please, I am too weak. Watching this, you've only got 9 knowledge. You could be making more than 9 from that single territory.
On watch.
Killing me, Spreng. Yeah, so Spreng is suffering from not enough military tech. It looks like we're in month 5 here. Obviously, if we pop over at Isaac's up to 65. By the time month 5 rolls around, you absolutely have to have 65 CP of army, because you can't contest anything if you don't. The Harkonnens are being, despite rapidly expanding, they're being relatively peaceful about it. If they wanted to, they could absolutely just roll over the Corino army and burn them to the ground. There's nothing they could do about it. 45 CP cannot contest 65 CP, and month 5 is way too late. You gotta put a little more emphasis on your red tech. I know you get greedy and you want other things. We can see we've got 19 knowledge over here on the smugglers. If we pop up and we take a look at Ziz on the Harkonnens, he's at 16 knowledge. Harkonnens even sometimes struggle with getting enough knowledge up, but 16 is totally fine. And then Spreng over here, who's got the best knowledge spot in the whole game, is only on 9.6, which is not enough. Then again, he was forced off of his comfortable faction too, so we should temper our criticism. He may not be very comfortable with Corino. He clearly played pretty well on the smugglers, but he lost the random roll and was forced to pick another faction, and Isaac got to play his smugglers. So we are on not his strongest faction. So I rescind all of my complaints, Sprague, but for God's sakes, make some more research centers for me. Not research centers, research stations. You know those things. And get more command points before the Harkonnens decide they could just walk in and kill your base. Don't see a lot from the ECAS lately. Once Isaac stopped burning them down for no particular reason, we haven't seen much from them. I imagine they're rebuilding. Of course, the great Achilles heel of the ECAS is the lack of training slots. Really makes things difficult to deal with. Switching view here, and it's sort of stuck trying to load. Maybe we got stuck. We're trying to check out Isaac. Here's Ziz. Ziz is working fine. Isaac. Okay, there we go. Discord froze on us for a minute there. Sorry about that. I'm trying to look at Isaac to see what Inraki is doing down in the ECAS. Isaac has managed to put himself back in the pits of the money again. I guess he's hard stockpiling. He doesn't like this chome rate, and he's stockpiling it all, so he's in the negative. That's fine. ECAS is only beginning to recapture territory they've lost, and you can already see the smugglers are eyeballing it like, no, that's not okay. Poor ECAS, they're just getting kicked around this game. And that very southeast there's the Imperial base, so there's no eastward expansion for the ECAS left. Did it look like Sprang was moving out there? I saw his army walking. Okay, he's starting to get his red tech like he ought to. I think he way over invested in econ tech. There's way too much yellow tech there, and it's not even paying him any dividends. We'll wait and see if maybe he secretly bought an extra 15, 20 shares or something we weren't watching, but I don't think he has. He's on 3 spice, which is fine. He ought to have had that 4th one up there. That should not be Harkonnen spice to the northeast. 4 spice, I'd give it. If you've got your 4 spice locked down, you go ahead and you lean into your crew training programs. But early on, it's not doing any favors. We do see him putting infiltration cells down on the Harkonnens, though. Corino already decided that he can't contest him militarily. So he's going to knife him in the back. You love to see it. You love to see it. I mean, he's not leaning too hard into it. He's only got 1 agent on him. He could have been putting 2 on if he was trying to do it fast. ECAS are at peace over there, and looks like they just walked past that southern Corino base to do something. What are the ECAS doing? What's Corino doing? Yeah, way too much yellow tech there, in my opinion. Unless you're at like 30% chome right now, I don't think that's gonna work. It's too hard to see. It's too hard to see what you're doing, Spring. We'll come back to you another time. Ziz is pillaging things. Looks like he burned down a siege there. Looks like he's just pillaging stuff. Looks like Isaac on the smugglers is just pillaging stuff. The Corino stream is thick. It is indeed. It is a thick Corino stream. He is streaming to us on the ultra wide. I can handle it, but it doesn't work for everybody. Is this finally the smugglers taking their 5th spice that they've been sitting on all game, or are they just pillaging it? I don't know. Can't tell. Oh, we got the Landsrad coming up. We may never know. 7, 13, 11, 17. So the most chome shares are on the Harkonnens. Everybody's buying a bit, though. Look, the ECAS captured the territory to the north of the Corino base drop. Boy, that's weird. And now he's messaging... So the smugglers were messaging Sprang. He started typing, "Do you wanna?" I think he's talking about maybe he's trying to enlist Corino in war against the ECAS maybe, but Corino's getting rapidly boxed in there. I don't know what he's got going for him. The Harkonnens pushing in from the top. Somehow the smugglers are still expanding in the south, even though there's an Imperial base down there. There's some chome shares being picked up. Nobody's at 200 votes or anything. Nobody's. I guess the Harkonnens have the most Landsrad standing. Boy, Harkonnens are looking like they're ahead in just about every metric that I could see. Now that he's hard selling, the smugglers are making 450 a day. That's all right. The other Sam B says, "Hi Dave, I just bought Dune Spice Wars. How do you recommend you learn the game?" If it were me, I would learn the game by just playing skirmishes against the AI until I felt like I understood the various mechanics at play and things. You can sometimes speed that up by watching, I don't know, maybe YouTube videos could be useful for that sort of thing. Maybe there's someone out there that makes how to play videos or tips or tricks. Maybe look for those. That might be helpful. And really the best way, if it is ultimately your plan to play multiplayer, join these guys in these tournaments here, join me in these tournaments. You want to play with people as soon as possible. And honestly, if you've got the time to spare, and if you're careful who you're playing with, playing out of the private lobbies is much better than just joining the pubs. You learn so much faster playing with people than you do just playing with the AI. The AI will teach you how the mechanics work, and playing with people will teach you how people work, which is the much more useful part, because the AI will always work the same, and people work very, very differently. Better to push ECAS early than leave them in peace. I do agree with that generally, but it seemed excessive, and it also seemed like the smugglers took on disproportionate losses doing so. At least 2 full smuggler armies were thrown away and annihilated, and that is time that the smugglers could have been pillaging or, maybe not expanding, but definitely, making more money around the map. What it has done really is slowed the smugglers down quite a bit in their tempo. It is, I agree that the ECAS are quite crippled right now, but Ziz is just getting everything he wants and cackling away here. Spreng, I think, had potential. Oh, Spreng is at war with ECAS down here. Finally, he did not take it. He did not take it peacefully that the ECAS walked past his base and then annexed the territory on the other side of it, which, of course, puts the ECAS army wildly out of position with no opportunity even to retreat, because they would have to retreat either through the deep desert or through Corino's main base. Oh, and the worm provides the coup de grace for the last of the ECAS army. Poor Iraqi, the ECAS are getting just beaten, just kicked around here. Looks like Corino figured they couldn't contest the Harkon. Oh, reinforcements. More ECAS coming in. A haggard Whitmore blood running up. Oh my goodness, what is going on here, boys? This game is wild. Whitmore's about to get himself executed by a Sardaukar. He's luring him out of the desert. Will the worm strike? I think you've overextended. Okay, so Spreng realizes he's overextended. He's walking away. My God, did the ECAS hold that somehow? What the hell just happened? Is the turn server the same one that's linked on the main menu? What's in the main I don't know what you mean by the main menu. Turn server is it's public. It's just discord.gg/turin, TURIN, and that's where we organize these tournaments, and that's where I play all of my games in private lobbies. That's where a lot of the folks in this particular subsection of the community play their games. We play private games because it allows us to ban people that leave games so that we don't have to play with leavers. And it allows us to ban people that have bad attitudes so we don't have to play games with people that have bad attitudes. No, in-game there's a Discord link that goes to the proper, the main Discord of Dune Spice Wars, which is a whole nother subset of the community. They cross over a little bit, but the Turin one is a much more privately moderated one, led by the streamer Turin, whom, if you don't watch, you ought to. He does exactly this sorts of commentary in all kinds of different games, and Turin's great. We love Turin here. Yeah, we live in Turin's basement, in his Discord basement, and we play all of our Dune Spice Wars games out of there. So the ECAS have fought off, maybe. What's this? Is this more ECAS coming in? Where did he get so many men? Yeah, okay, get back. Run away, Spring. You're wildly outnumbered. ECAS somehow pulled an extra dozen guys out of their butt here. I wish we could watch this ECAS point of view. There's crazy stuff going on. He ain't heard no bell. Yeah, right? I thought that it was Spring here on the Corino marching down to just punish them. And you know, I'm aware we're on the ultra wide here, so this is Dune Spice Wars for ants. The thick view, ultra thick Corino stream. But again, I think Corino is probably, if I had to guess, is probably being outmatched here by the command points. He's starting to get red stuff up in this base now. We can see. So he didn't have any sort of red districts. Inraki is mentioning, "Stop it! You're ruining us both." But he says, "You're not keeping that territory." Inraki says, "Blue's been uncontested the whole game," but the real issue is that red's been uncontested the whole game. Keeping what? Oh, Carita's messaging the wrong people. Happens to the best of us. Don't get eaten by worms, though, Corino. Looks like you got some worm sign all around your guys there, or you got a thumper on you at least. If we go back and we look at our lead player, oh no, the Harkonnens are further infiltrating the Corino back line, taking another special region that ought to have been theirs. Oh lordy lord, Ziz is just running rampant. And there's won't anyone stop. He can't keep getting away with this. Won't anyone stop this man? He's got a fully chunky army here, and somehow all of the territory that by rights is Corino territory, the Harkonnens are just snapping up because for some reason the Corino is at war with the ECAS. For some reason the ECAS are annexing territory behind the Corino's main base and then contesting it to try and keep it. He's fortifying it super heavily. Oh no. So the only hope is that at some point these three players come to their senses and go and burn down like 4 or 5 Harkonnen territories, and even then, I don't know. In Solium Infernum, when you beat down one of your opponents, you can offer them protection to gain authority over them and then gain their prestige version of hegemony. I've played a bit of Solium Inferno. Infernum, isn't it? Solium Infernum. Fun game. You need to play it with buddies, though. It doesn't work very well against the AI. Very sort of a similar race towards the hegemony, free-for-all. A lot of like crabs in a bucket pulling each other down. And Rocky's giving Corino Eye of the Council. Just don't give anything to the Harkonnens, guys. Please. Please stop letting the Harkonnens have things. What are our smuggler friends up to? Smugglers are keeping a close eye on whatever the ECAS is up to. Hark going to WinCon governor, says Inraki. Harkonnens will be up for governor in one more month. The very next council. Isaac says, give it to me. He bountied it. All right. If you bounty it, people got to vote for you, right? Bounties are so powerful. Stream with Turin when? I play games with Turin often. Turin doesn't like to co-stream things, though. He likes to he's the star of his own show. He doesn't like to have other people on it. But I've been playing a lot of Company of Heroes with Turin. I played in Turin's Total War tournament last night, actually, the single faction tournament. I didn't get on stream at all, but I played in that tournament. 2-2. I'm not a very good Total War player, but I'm all right. I've played in the AoE streams and all before. You know, the reason that I'm a streamer really is because I've been in the Turin community for a long time and played a lot of games with Turin, and people originally started messaging me saying, hey, you should do I'd love to see your point of view on stuff. So I thought, oh, I could do that. So I started streaming as a result of playing with Turin. He's great. We love Turin. He likes to solo cast though, but we've been doing the Company of Heroes game lately. Company of Heroes 3, where 3 or 4 of us all get into the voice chat and play together. That's pretty entertaining. Always a good time. Yeah, these are really crabs in a bucket kind of game. Once any crab's about to escape the bucket, you grab him by the leg and you pull him back down. Can you get breaches? Okay. Folks, so there's some interesting talk going on. Looks like the military factory is coming up for the smugglers. All right, Isaac wants to fight people. Isaac wants to burn down some bases. Oh, nice, Forte. Very nice. Yeah. I mean, all of my viewers come from Turin. So, right, I'm not above living in that shadow. I'm just having a good time. Turin is a professional streamer. I'm just here to have a good time and provide a little spice content for folks. Turin will be back. He'll play some more Dune with us. Played a lot of Code 2, but never 3. I like 3 a lot. I think 3 is the superior Company of Heroes. It's a lot of fun. We've been playing Turin and Professor Pone and Aerocrastic, who is one of the Total Warhammer pros or ex-pros. He's a super good at Warhammer, basically. But we've all been playing Company of Heroes, and it's none of our main game that we play. So although we're all like practically professional gamers, almost in these different spheres, like when we play Company of Heroes, we're sort of potato at it. So we're very firmly in the middle of the rankings, and we play kind of haggardly. But it's a lot of fun. It's very entertaining. It's a super fun game to play with other people on your team. I think playing it solo and sweaty is like, that's all right. The other Sam found me before Turin. Good, excellent. I appreciate you guys. We've got 109 people dialed into view today. I see more ECAS over in Sprengkorper's territory over there. Looks like full-on war between the ECAS and the Corino. We see orbital strikes going down. It is a chunky ECAS army. The Corino are definitely still outnumbered, and they are still not up to 65 CP. Though we are around in the end of month 6. Hoo boy, our poor Corino is now becoming a bit of a punching bag. You know, the Harkonnens are up there like Darth Vader, like the Empire, you know. I can just hear the Imperial Death March playing. Dun 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 dun. Have I tried Company of Heroes All Humans vs. Insane AI? If I want to play some Company of Heroes and I don't want to commit to any ladder anxiety or don't have any buddies to play with, I play against Insane AI just like 1v1s and can beat it pretty trivially easy. But playing humans is a whole nother deal. Whole nother thing. This is a pretty wild game. ECAS and Corino are still arguing. ECAS says you dropped base in my territory for no reason unprovoked, which is fair. And then Corino is mad that the ECAS went and took the spaceship wreck behind that base, which is also fair. He says that's not your territory. Alright, we'll let them argue with each other. What's our Harkonnens doing besides just cackling and profiting? He's sitting at 17k hedge, making 16 a day. I saw 2 missile turrets up there. He's got to have his border defenses up already. Oh, yeah. So we've got fast expanding, relatively light on the econ, but still enough econ to sort of get up ahead of things. Last I looked, he was at 17% on the Chom, which was at least 5% ahead of everybody else. So he is our Chom leader. He's keeping an eye on prices and stockpiles. Yeah, he's just pillaging. He's grabbing points of interest. He's got his flagship up. He's got a ton of mercenaries up too, funny enough. He keeps grabbing his mercenaries. He certainly doesn't need to. He's got a maxed out 65 CP army that I think probably beats anyone else at the moment. But still pulling in more mercenaries. Mercenaries, of course, if you once upon a time were permanent. So it was a really cool thing. Many patches ago, you would grab all of the mercenaries and then you would hide them back in your base. So when you got to the end of the game, you'd have like 10 extra mercenary units in your base that you could sort of march out to join your army. You'd have this huge army, which is always really funny. But at some point they nerfed that, and they made it so that if you acquire a mercenary unit, be it those smuggler units or those Fremen units, those Fremen warriors kind of things, they disband after, I think it's 30 days. It might be a little longer than that or a little less, but something around there. More craft workshops going up for the Harkonnens. What's the highest daily hedge I've ever seen, and how do you get it? You get the highest daily hedge by 1, you play Corino. 2, you get the White Rift and various other special regions. The White Rift, of course, is the special region that gives you 100% more daily hegemony from craft shops in it. So if you're Corino, you can build 2 craft shops in each of those places. So the White Rift alone, you could have, 4 craft shops worth of hegemony coming from, which is what, 32? And you could add an extra 15% onto that if you built a research center, and you had you could make another 18 daily from every other special region you get. Plus you get, what is it, like 10 daily from having just the Emperor's Monument built in your base? Yeah, you play Corino if you want the daily hedge. That's their thing. Corino, the downside being that Corino, with relatively low authority and high authority costs to annex stuff, they do not have a strong boom potential, which is actually why you don't see Corino win too many of these. Oh yes, you can also add in, they have an admin building. What is the admin? Is it 20%? I don't remember exactly what it is. So they have a building that costs administration, or authority, rather. That costs authority points, the stuff that you use to expand in the map, but it increases all of the resources or everything that your village produces. So you can build those additionally on top of your craft workshops to eke out that extra percentage of them too, though doing so cripples your ability to generate authority to expand later on. And as I was saying, you have a hard time doing a boom for Corino because you can really only annex maybe like 1 thing or 2 things when you get to the end of the game, because stuff's just so expensive at that point and you don't have a lot of authority to work off of. So Corinos often can move into that, they can cook the most daily hedge way more than everybody else, but they have a hard time booming way ahead. So they're sort of the default to win unless other people pull some crazy maneuvers. Ziz is voting for cell searches. He's feeling maybe a little uncomfortable that he could be getting assassinated. And absolutely, this lobby should be trying to assassinate Ziz here. But he's got the cell searches up, which is going to ruin that. He's got his full green tree teched out. He's got all the critical red tech. He's got so much knowledge. I mean, or rather, he's got so much developments, but not a lot. 17 knowledge. I would not have anticipated giving him that full tech tree by month 7. Does he have research agreements up with a bunch of people, maybe? I don't know. He's got a lot more developments than I would have anticipated. Is Craft Workshop affected by village resource production because Hedge doesn't show as a village resource? I'm pretty sure it is. I'm pretty sure it is, and it does. I would need to double check it, but I'm mostly sure. Ziz is just pillaging stuff. He's not locked in any weird blood feuds, so he's a little less interesting to watch. Speaking of weird blood feuds, here's Springkorper, who is at only a 55 CP army. That is not enough, my man Spring. We need 65. 65 is the number. No more, no less. Thou shalt not count to 55, nor shalt thou count to 66. Unless, I messed it up. Something around that. You know where I'm going. Monty Python, Holy Hand Grenade. But there's a gigantic Ekaz army. Ekaz took a second territory there. Ekaz also just expanding into Corino. Corino looks like he is messaging with the smugglers to try and get a backstab going on the ECAS. And we know the smugglers would love to backstab ECAS because they've been doing it since day one here. Yep, he's locked back here with me. Okay. There's the betrayal. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's the Free Company army, ladies and gentlemen. It is a base snipe. We have a smuggler base snipe going on here. If Corino is able to hold back the ECAS army, oh, it's going. Here's the base snipe. It's happening. The defense breaches are ready. Isaac says to breach him. There's the betrayal. There's the defense breaches. Oh, Isaac's trying to get... Oh my god, ECAS is dead. Look at that melt. Oh, that's gross. Oh, it's so gross. Poor ECAS. Poor Idraki. He didn't deserve that. He didn't do anything to deserve this hate. Oh, man. Well... That is an extremely dead ECAS. And now Corino's got a little more space to expand. So do the smugglers. Laugh out loud. We're all laughing at that one, Isaac. That was pretty funny. If you guys saw my how to play smugglers video, I showcased exactly what that was. So the Free Company have extremely high DPS, and they can be stealthed, so you can't see them coming. And you, as the smugglers, you can put in hidden explosives, which mean when you start attacking a base, that's what happens when you don't stream for me. Yeah, if you don't provide your point of view, we just murder you off to get you out of the way. So they can do hidden explosives, which lower the armor of the enemy base. And then if you've got Isaac's just messaged, "Are you in to do that again?" as he walks up towards the Harkonnens. They're going to try and prep a Harkonnen base rush. Oh, I would love to see it. If this turned into a 1v1 between the smugglers and the Corino, that would be the best thing that ever happened. Yeah, so the Free Company are insane DPS. You can make them permanently invisible so they could stealth right up to the enemy's base. If you betray the treaty, they get 20% more damage. If you drop the defense breaches on the base takes more damage and loses more armor. So the super high attack speed of the Free Company is even contributing that much more. He's flying the Wraith over. "Let's do it. I love you, man," he says. If you fly the Wraith over, the Wraith will just tank some shots so that the missiles aren't hitting your Free Company. But honestly, you don't even need the Wraith. If you've got he's got the right amount here. This is 13 Free Company, the max amount you could make. If you've got 13 Free Company and everything lined up properly, you can kill a base before the main base missile turret will kill a single Free Company member. Now the trouble is, 13 Free Company is kind of a lousy army in general. It's not going to win a straight up fight if the Harkonnens, aggress into him or catch him. The Harkonnen army will beat the brakes off of a bunch of Free Company because they're not particularly tanky at all. But in terms of a base race DPS kind of thing, nobody does it like 13 Free Company. Yes, they are scheming to pop the Harkonnens now. Absolutely, that is the plan. Ziz is, as I said, a very experienced player. Ziz has probably played 500 or 1,000 hours of Spice Wars, almost entirely in multiplayer. He's a little out of position. Oh, the Corino is laying siege to him. They have siege drones outside of the... He's prepping a nuclear missile. You love that. But the siege drones of Corino are blasting the double defensive turrets on the mountain over here. Corino strikes back. The real question is, does Corino have 65 CP? Sprengkorper, don't let me down. Yes, he has a theoretical limit of 65 CP, but only 54 of it built. All right, so the potential is there. Is there any chance Corino wins 1v1 versus the smugglers? Yes. A Corino army can beat a smuggler army 1v1 pretty solidly. In fact, a properly sauced up Corino army probably beats just about anybody. And by sauced up, I mean like heavy on the chome shares with the chome manipulation buffs in it and stuff. The drones especially are absolutely murder for smugglers. If the drones land, if 2 or 3 drones land shots on the blob of snipers, they just all die immediately. The counterpoint is that the smuggler free company are super good at sneaking around back and murdering drones really quickly. So it kind of it tends to be, you know, are the drones able to swing the fight, or are the smugglers able to shut down the drones and focus fire stuff down before the power of the Corino can beat them? I would say Ziz is still in the best case here, unless his base dies in the very short term. He is flying up. Is Isaac going in yet? No, Isaac is not committing yet, though he is prepped to do so. He ought to. He's sending intel to Corino so Corino can help him put an extra defensive breach on the base. Because I believe we got full warfare. Harkonnens all on top of Corino. It's gonna go Harkonnens, I believe, here. Because Corino did not have their army built out all the way. Yeah, it's a slaughter. The Harkonnens have massacred the Corino army. They are deep in Corino lands. If you wanted to base kill him, Isaac, you should be going. Go. Get up there. Go, Isaac. Now's your chance. You needed to be able to see what was going on in the east, or you needed more information from Sprang. Oh, because there is nothing that the Harkonnens can do. They're not at an airfield. There's no way for them to get home. Okay, so we do see defensive breaches getting prepped for Corino. So the Harkonnens are annexing. The Harkonnens are still out of position. They are in Corino lands. They don't have a way to fly home quickly. Defense breaches would be done in about a day. If they were coordinated properly, Isaac should be walking up already. He is. Isaac is. We might see another base snipe. We've got the free company on the move. Hope Ziz has some stealth detections. I don't know, Ziz. It's looking pretty bad. Does Ziz see this coming at all? Nope. He is paying close attention to the war with. He is even moving his extra troops out into Corino lands. Oh my God, Ziz is dead, everybody. Ziz is gonna be dead. Isaac is getting in position. He is talking to Sprang. Breaches are ready. Yeah, his army's there. Just go. It's go. You gotta go. Time is of the essence. Isaac's trying to make sure his army's there. There goes the Wraith. It's moving in. All right. Isaac is attacking. He's starting it. Let's see what Ziz is doing. We're watching Ziz. Oh, Ziz is dead. He's out of position. Corey no longer alive. Oh, man. Oh. Rest in peace, Harkonnens. Will leave if truce, he says. Are you... He's not watching. He's not watching. He doesn't even see it happening. He doesn't see. There it is right now. There's the betrayal. There's a supply drop. There it is. He's going in. Defense breaches are happening. Let's pop back to Ziz. Oh, he sees it now. He's rushing home. Oh, his army is a bit weakened, actually. He's trying to get everybody within the airfield. He's flying back. Oh, my God. He's dead before the shuttles even get there. He's dead before the shuttles get there. Rest in peace, Harkonnens. Oh, no. He didn't appreciate the smuggler threat. GG, he says. Ladies and gentlemen, we are down to a 1-on-1 in these grand finals. Smugglers lost. Not a man. Although they're going to lose them all, actually. They're all going to die of thirst. I don't know why he disbands them. Does anyone in chat know why would you disband guys that were about to die from thirst? Do you get any sort of refund or benefit? That's a couple times now he's disbanded everybody. He doesn't want to see them die. Does Hark Hark may have had a nuke, but it was very close to his base, so it might not have had the range to reach it. Okay, so Isaac is rebuilding an actual army that might be able to fight against Spreng. Spreng over here is he is capped out on authority, so he is starting to, looks like he's going to annex former Ekaz territory. He also is sort of rebuilding and reorganizing his army, though he at least has a standing army still, while Isaac needs to completely rebuild. Good God, what's happening? So we got smugglers at 20k, Corino at 18. I gotta think this is heavily smuggler favored, even if they never even bump into each other for the rest of the game. The smugglers, by ignoring the distance penalty, can walk around. Okay, Corino's grabbing that up. The smugglers can walk up and they can grab the special regions. But honestly, at this point, actually, all the special regions are adjacent to Corino lands. There's maybe one easy one he could grab up in Harkonnen lands. Ekaz had just junk for territory to work with down there, so I don't know if there's even a special down there to grab. Corino grabbed ex-Ekaz territory. They're grabbing the middle special territory. Wow. Wow. If Corino is able to hold off the smugglers, I mean, they're still both 10k of hedge away. No one's booming straight to victory this month. Honestly, it's the more I think about it, if I was Corino here, I would feel pretty comfortable. I would feel pretty comfortable that I could fight the army and that there's a lot of adjacent special territory that they could annex here. Not to mention they can go, they could just go all in on double craft workshops on all this special stuff. Look, there's at least 4 special regions just adjacent to Corino lands already, and you just grabbed one of them, putting him up to 22. Another base kill army being trained. Is that true? Did Isaac swap back? Oh, he did. Isaac canceled all of his scavengers, canceled all of his snipers, disbanded the troops. And if it worked twice, why won't it work a third time? Isaac is making the Free Company army. Now, he won't have the architectural surveys, though. Okay, but how's Corino can overpower this? Hopefully, Corino recognizes the danger that architectural surveys poses. If Arc Surveys gets on the Corino, and Corino does have 2 bases here. Remember, if the smugglers want a victory, they need to base kill 2 times, and all Corino's got to do is keep grabbing special regions in the meantime. But he is opting for the old base kill option. Oh my goodness, this shit is wild, boys. Spreng over here is burned through all of his authority reserves. He's only making 8 a day. He's cooking some amount, but I can't quite see. It doesn't look like very much. The thick wide cast stream doesn't let me really make out the numbers on his plus daily hegemony. He absolutely needs to prioritize just double craft workshop all of these special regions. You got a whole bunch of special regions. I guess he's only on maybe 3 or 4 himself right now, but there's another 3 or 4 he could annex easily. Okay, he is. He heard me talking about it. He's prioritizing getting craft workshops up. Fabulous. Good job. All you got to do is sit on your craft workshops and then annex the specials as your authority comes in, and then I think it's Corino's game to lose if it just passively happens like that. But we can clearly see we've got more base racing, base sniping going here as he's got his defense breach prepped. He is prepping supply drops. This Isaac play is hilarious. The smugglers. Always beware the base kills. And also, once someone has been surprisingly base killed, you need to be aware that you also could surprisingly be base killed. Ziz definitely got greedy down there, picking on Corino, with not a concern in his mind about what the smugglers might be up to. Though, to be fair, you don't really expect people to both. You wouldn't have expected Corino to also be facilitating. Here, we're going for a base snipe here. You wouldn't have expected Corino to throw their own defense breach in to facilitate the base snipes. Alright, it's going. It's definitely going slower than it would with the second defense breach. Their army is running back. They're a little out of... I think they're out of an airfield range. They don't have a way to get down there quick enough. They could have just dropped their... They could have dropped their airship and used that as an airfield to fly down there. I think he probably could have countered this, but he wasn't thinking it. Still going, still going. If Corino wants to stop this, he needed to get there real quick. Missiles are starting to take a toll. So the way to do this, if you're trying to base snipe someone, you try to get... Oh, and here come the reinforcements, or just a couple of them. Not all of them. That's only 5 units. 6 units. We need more than that. You're still going to get base sniped. Where's the rest of your army, Corino? There they are. They're coming in. I don't know. It's going to be pretty tight. It's going to be pretty tight. I think Corino might hold it. I think Corino holds it. They're going to hold it with like 1,000 hit points. But that's pretty bad for the smugglers. Smugglers are trying to gab this special up here. They're about to... Oh... clutch last second supply drop. I was gonna say they're about to lose their hero to water supplies. Okay, so Banerjee is running around trying to solo cap special regions just to sort of stay in the game. Corino has defended their southern frontier. The base snipe failed, and we see at this point he's making scavengers and snipers. So he's making actual normal army units, not another base snipe force. Spreng over here. He's up to about 150 authority. It's starting to count back up. I think he could probably annex that space wreck pretty easily. That's adjacent to his base down there. In fact, he should annex that space wreck before that base gets sniped, if it's going to happen. Smugglers have climbed ahead in the hedge because they just grabbed that special up top. There's still the mountain in the back and the other mountain in the front. There's at least two special regions right there, and then there's still the acid lakes up to the north that the Harkonnens used to have, and still that space wreck. There's still the 4 adjacent special regions. Looks like the space wreck, if I'm seeing it right, takes 223, something like that, to annex. Hopefully, if he hasn't already, he is researching the tech to make taking special regions less authority, because that would be a whole lot better. Yes, if you're joining us late, we are on the ultra thick display of Corino. Yeah, he is streaming us an ultra wide view here, so it gets a little dicey to see what's going on if we pop over to the Corino point of view. He is still eyeballing. He just checked the HP, 780 on that southern base. He would really like to finish it off. And honestly, that would be a pretty big boon. And we know that would be good because that southern base is where all of the red districts are for Corino. If you were to blow that up, and it's hard to think about this in the moment, and it may not be the top of our smuggler player's mind here, but if you blew up that second Corino base, his men lose all of the benefits of the red districts, which is extra training slots, extra command points, extra experience points, extra hit points, extra armor. You know, he loses those district benefits, and it's not easy for him to get them back unless he hacks apart his other base and replaces all the districts in there, which takes so much time. Districts take 10 days or something, maybe more to build. It would be a huge loss militarily. I think if you blew up that southern base as the smugglers, you'd be able to easily win any fights against the Corino army for several months still. So for that reason alone, I think it would be worthwhile maybe to try to complete that base kill. But we have a Landsrad up, and it's even money that the Landsrad is going to give you a base healing option. those sorts of lands red resolutions get certain resolutions get weighted to show up extreme. Excuse me. Certain resolutions get weighted to show up extremely more likely if a certain thing has happened in the game. We don't see it here. But if there's a base that's very damaged, the resolution to repair bases is very likely to show up. If someone has a huge amount of chome shares, the resolution to reduce everyone's chome shares by 20% is very likely to show up, that sort of thing. So it's not just full random on the lands rad. Some of the lands rad things are random, and some of the resolutions are heavily weighted depending on what is happening in the game. We didn't get it this time, so that is still a vulnerable base down there. And he's got 3 free company. I don't know if 3 is going to do it. Also, we've got Corino marching out. They're thinking about marching out. They're marching back. There is only... Our smugglers are working on 0.6 water, though, which is going to make the cross-map marching a little bit difficult. He's spending all of his intel on supply drops. He's got the hidden explosives to weaken the base. He's gonna gamble and see if 3 free company alone can do it. Meanwhile, is that actual proper combat going on or not? He's not looking at it. No, it's not proper combat. It's got to be a rebellion. The rebels are attacking his base out there that he just took. And is there an airfield out there? Might not be. He might not be able to defend that. I wonder if that's going to get... he's going to try for the base snipe here. I wonder if that's going to get just pillaged up top or if it's going to get liberated. If it's going to get liberated, that is actually pretty bad news for the smugglers. Also, the smuggler economy is taking a fair beating. At least his water economy certainly has. By virtue, the smugglers often thrive. Oh, he can't even get his guys all the way in because he doesn't have enough supplies. The smugglers thrive off of stealing other people's production, right? And there's nobody left to steal from except Corino. He is prepping a nuke. Interesting. Nukes, of course, also lower the armor of bases that they hit, so that is getting liberated up there. That is not ideal for him. Does he have an airfield up there is the big question. He's trying for the base snipe, the 3-man base snipe. 5. Yeah, he's gonna get it, I think. It's counting down fast enough. There's a couple incinerators there, but he's got it. Boom, it's a base down. Oh, that's gonna be trouble. And he's trying to annex the land right adjacent to Corino. Corino moving up. But here's my worry. Does Sprang understand that he's probably over his CP limit right now? He is over by 5. You got to disband a unit, my man. Because you're dropped down to 55 CP. Okay, he did. And he's working to rejigger, reconstruct his base to try and get some red districts back in it. But he can't, because... Why can't he? That got annexed over there by the smugglers. Why couldn't he rebuild? Can you not rebuild the district if it was dead in a main base? I don't know what's going on. I think the smugglers have got this, ladies and gentlemen. Limited to 1 globally. Is that a bug? He can't rebuild any of his red districts because they died in the other base. That feels like a bug to me. I can't say that I've ever tried to do that, but it is definitely game-breaking. Quickster says you can't rebuild districts that are destroyed. Is that really true? Oh my goodness, I had no idea. That is so crippling. So Corino have lost the game because they've only got 55 CP and are not going to be able to contest the smugglers. Yeah, he's surprised too. He says, that's intended? Question mark? Definitely works like this. Chat confirms that's how it works. Oh my goodness. Wow. Well, that is gonna be it's gonna be a sad whimpering finish for the Corino here. by losing 5 red districts, he has no chance to contest the smuggler army. Smugglers can happily come in and I mean, the smugglers may all die from lack of supplies, actually. But if Isaac ever decides to get any more water, he'll be able to just liberate with impunity all of these lands. What are the totals here? Isaac did get pushed back there. He didn't want to fight without any water. All right, everyone confirms it's always been like that. I didn't realize this. That is way worse than I thought. I thought it was going to be really bad, and it was so much worse than really bad. Is he nuking? He was thinking about nuking. His nuke is ready. He wants to... oh, we're at 29.5 already for smugglers, and they are making 62 a day. That's it. It's GG. He doesn't need to do anything. His daily's going to kick him over in like 8 or 9 days here. Yeah, Corino, he didn't even need the base kill. He managed enough off of the annexes and the daily hedge cook, and he must have been way ahead of Corino in the daily hedge cook. I think Corino's craft shops went up pretty late. Meanwhile, 62 is a wild income. It's GG. Isaac's getting a neutral cap too. There it is. Isaac on the smugglers. Base kills the Ekaz with the help of Corino. Base kills the Harkonnens with the help of Corino. Even base kills half of the Corino bases with the dread 13 free company. The rats, the dreaded 13. Oh boy, a pretty solid smuggler lead there. Some smuggler victory there. For most of that was the Harkonnens' game to lose, and they did overextend at a critical moment and lost it, unfortunately, for Ziz. But we're going to call that an Isaac victory. GG Isaac, a new champion to inscribe upon the halls, his name inscribed upon the halls of honor. Basically a domination victory. Basically, yeah. If you kill 3 bases, we call that a domination victory. Very fun, very bloody. Let me tell you, I am pleased as all as can be that we didn't just have everybody sit around until they were all identically at 23,000 hegemony and then scramble to fight each other. Very violent game. A lot of crazy stuff going on. A lot of action there. This was a good one. Hope you guys appreciated that. Isaac's looking through the various menus for us. Look at the Ziz had 65 CP a full 4 months before anybody else did, practically. Oh man, he could have walked down and killed Corino if he wanted to. Well, Corino had to help the smugglers because Corino was frankly losing to the Ekaz there, and simultaneously the Harkonnens were peacefully snapping up all of the Corino territory at the same time. They didn't have any choice but to have the smugglers help them out. Wow, pretty wild. Pretty wild indeed. I don't know. What do I think? Maybe I would have liked to see more aggressive Corino play. Like as soon as the Harkonnens are done, it would have been great to have the Corino annex what they can, but then just push into the smugglers to try and fight them. See if maybe you can contest them mano-a-mano without letting them just, sneak around and base kill stuff and sneak around and cap stuff. Maybe you could just go fight them. Corino has a heck of an army. Corino is a heck of a base killer in their own right, but felt like they were struggling to get online. I know that was not Spring's first pick of faction, so he was probably less experienced with Corino. The base drop on the Ekaz was pretty wild. Ekaz ignoring the base drop and then just annexing everything around it was pretty wild. Woo. Well, that is it, ladies and gentlemen. That is our game. I don't have anything further for you tonight. That was a heck of a finish there. You love to see some... I tell people when I play games with them, when I'm just making recordings and things, if bases die... If nukes fly, if people get assassinated or killed, then that's a game we're watching, right? That gets to be a recording because that's what we like. We don't like everybody just peacefully sitting around till someone gets more hegemony and wins. That's pretty sad and boring. But once bases start blowing up, it's a grand old time. Hope you guys enjoyed that as much as I did. I had a great time with that. That was a lot of fun. Even my game, my qualifier game, we had a chance. We were a contender to the very last second. Just got nuked. What can you do? Thanks for watching, guys. That's our stream for tonight. I appreciate you, and we're gonna aim for a Vernius guide next week, and then as usual, we'll try and give you standard play every couple of days as well to keep you busy, keep some stuff in front of your eyeballs. Thanks for watching. I appreciate you all, and I'll see you next time. Take care.